All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and read some just adventure background information for you guys real quick. Our story starts off in the port city Nyanzaru, northeasternmost port of the isolated and lost lands on the island known as Chult. The island itself lies in the southwest hemisphere of the planet Toriel, a sister to Oerth. West of the lands of Faerun, past the Sea of Swords and the deserts of Kalimshan. You all will arrive in this strange land by a varied manner of ways. But when you make it to the port in Kalimshan, the southernmost desert peninsula along the Sword Coast and the closest sailing port to transverse the seas west to the island, you would find a well-weathered sailing ship, a brigantine class. As well as some filigree. Captained by a fearless water genasi pirate named Piscean Lemuria and his first mate, Calder the Bruce, the great-great-grandson of the fearsome Oerth warrior king Robert, from the lands known as Scott. The story of the travels of Captain Piscean Lemuria and his first mate, Calder the Bruce, and their motley pirate crew of the Lily and Iris are tales for another adventure. Each of you were summoned by a mysterious magical note. This note appeared in your dwelling. The note addressed you by name, making its appearance even more mysterious in nature. The note states its presence requests you at the royal court of Chult by the current ruling prince, Wakangu. Wakanga, excuse me. The letter, written to you by the court wizard, Sindra Sylvain, a human archmage, materializes along with an purple crushed velvet bag containing 100 gold pieces and the promise for more to come, as well as the condition of bestowing a permanent blessing, gift, or magic item for your help in their dire need to recover a lost artifact that plagues their lands. At first, you ignore the invitation. A day, a week, a month goes by. The gold purse disappears as well as its coins, or at least the coins that have not been spent already. And in its place, another bag, this time containing 100 platinum pieces. Another more urgent letter beseeches your help, and again, addressed to you personally, by name. This letter even mentions your current affairs and assures you that any loose ends tying you to your current business in your hometown have been attended to, with a substitution serving in your place. A magical duplicate, of course. As well as money to pay for any bills or fees or upkeep of your personal dwelling, and the promise to take care of any tasks or affairs that you may have at home and see to things while you are away on this journey for well over 1 year. Your band travels south, separately at first, coming from all corners of Toriel. Each of you are not actually meeting until you arrive in the port city of Kalimshan. Coming from all of the forest stretches, you find your way to Kalimshan by way of the coastal road, traveling with caravans of great beasts through the hot desert sands. This bustling oasis welcomes you, but its temperatures beat down hard. After a brief rest and some shopping, you travel again, and this time through the desert, past the kingdom to the southernmost border of its peninsula to meet a sailing vessel hired to take you to Chult. The captain and his ship wait for you here, and it's as though they knew exactly when to arrive. Sailing south along the Sword Coast and hugging the edges of Kalimshan, after months of sailing, the ship breaks west, heading into the deep blue. No land in sight. Another month's worth of sailing, and then the day arrives where off in the distance the captain spots land and informs you that you will be arriving in Port Nyanzaru just before sunrise of the next day. And if you all take a look at the map, you should see at the north, there's a beast-looking token. Essentially, that would be your caravans, and you all would have traveled all the way down the coastal road to the capital city in Kalimshan here. Yeah. Van crossed the deserts to pick up the sailing ship you would see docked at the southernmost port. And if you look at the map, the ship would have basically sailed around the peninsula, hugging it for the winds, and going north and hooking around. And then it would land in this natural harbor right here called Port Nyanzaru. So just sound off if you guys can see the map and let me know if everything's working okay visually for you all.
I can see the map.
All right,
Yep.
excellent. Cool. I don't know if all right, you guys should be seeing a rather large map of the port itself.
Hey Ryan, just to let you know, we can't see the map because we're doing household chores real quick.
Yeah, it's fine. This is not a combat encounter. You can theater of the mind for a moment if you need to.
And I just want to let y'all know that my housemate just came by to let me know that she's streaming us.
Awesome. That's awesome, dude. All right, so the Lillian Iris basically makes its way up to Port Nyanzaru, but before docking, docks further out and anchors farther off coast. And the captain announces to his crew that morning, "Hey, crew! Pay attention here! It's time for a little R&R. And we've also got to restock the belly of the ship with that great sea beast we can catch around this island. Everyone gets a day off if they catch a fish. Get to work, men." And then you hear him sound off, "Calder! Calder! Where are you?" A short humanoid man comes bounding out of the captain's quarters with a bundle of maps in his hand. And he says, "Captain Piscean, yes, sir. What do you request?" Piscean turns around and looks at Calder and says, "Well, I've given the man some leave. I let them know if they catch a fish, they get the rest of the day off for R&R. As for you, my friend, we need to consult with the cook and prepare a banquet for our friends this evening." "Yes." And he comes out onto the foredeck right around the helm of the ship and walks around the corner of the actual stairs down to the middle deck of the ship itself. And he waves his hand around, kind of addressing the ship itself, almost like giving thanks to the ship for safe travel across the Sea of Swords. And then he looks at you all and he says, "Please, enjoy your day. This evening, Calder will summon you for a brief meal I'd like to know more of your travels before you settle in and take this adventure to heart. If you have any needs or questions, please shout for one of the men in the crew, and they will attend to you. Most certainly, anything on the Leoniris within reason can be provided to you. Thank you for your help along the journey, your bravery, and, well, frankly, your positive work ethic helped us all get here safe. So, I look forward to dining with you this evening. And he turns away, and you see him walk underneath the archway of the door back into the war room of the ship, and then into his quarters here. I think I have everybody on the map as a token. I feel like I'm missing somebody. No, I am missing you. There we go. So everyone should have, I think, a token. I might be missing one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I missing? Missing him. Somebody might be doubled up on. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if you guys look, you're on the top deck of the ship, and there's a sorted crew around, and you would spend the rest of your days. You just tell me a little bit about what your characters would be doing, as the ship bobs in this warm ocean sun in the southern hemisphere of this world.
For my part, because this is natural home territory, I would be sitting up there, fishing and just trying to enjoy the breeze and try to learn as much as I can about ships and how they work, so that this way I could possibly take this knowledge back to my people.
Calder, can you give me my Apple Watch? Oh, never mind. Okay, so you're walking around, like, interviewing the crew and, like, studying the vessel and how it works and, like, how to man the ship and sails and everything.
Correct. While also trying to get some fishing and enjoying the breeze.
Okay, cool. So, for you all that you look around, you would see, and go ahead and describe your character to us as well.
So my character is a turtle. His name is Khalid, and he is.
His name is what? Can you pronounce his name one more time? I'm so sorry.
His name is Khalid.
Khalid. Okay, it's on the sink.
And so, if you imagine, he's big ass turtle, but like one of the snapping turtles that we have around here.
Yeah, like an alligator snapping turtle.
Exactly, it looks like that. Yeah. But he's kind of, just kind of walking around. He's around 6 feet tall, like over 500 pounds, and big ass axe on his back, couple of javelins on, walking around, taking notes. Really, okay. Oh, this is interesting. And
now, what is his age? I know turtles can be deceivingly. It's hard to class their age just based on their appearance. But would he be considered a young turtle by age, or a seasoned adult?
So turtles live up to the age of 50. So they only live 50 years old. So he's 20. That means that he's a nice, middle-aged man.
Okay, and he's seen some things, and he's excited, and this is a place he'd like to be right now.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. What do you got for me, Marvin? Tell us what he would be doing.
Hold on, Marvin. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was doing my research for turtle, it said they could live up to be almost 1,000 years old.
I don't know. I'm not really worried about that semantics.
Okay.
But yeah, we can say they live longer than 50.
Okay.
Well, Marvin is very much a observant people watcher. He's very perceptive. So he would probably spend the day wandering around, just watching people, seeing what they're doing. He's kind of suspicious of why he's here.
Okay.
Marvin's a half elf. His dad was an elf, and left his mom, both, and he only recently decided to do it again. Yeah. Um. But he doesn't trust people very easily. But he's definitely watching everyone.
Excellent, excellent. Is anyone else on the stream? I know JJ, you and Jade were on. Do you guys want to introduce your characters, describe what you all would be doing on the Lily and Iris sailing ship?
I can go ahead and go. So my character's name is Torth. He's a middle-aged human variant. He's a wizard, so he would probably be looking around for like just different books on the ship and asking about like people's backgrounds to try to like get more information about them and see like their experiences. That way
Okay.
he'd be better prepared for whatever happens next.
Excellent. All right. So I'm going to come back to your character because I like your description. Can you tell us a little bit about your appearance, or maybe one little like quirk about your character if you feel like sharing that with the other players? You can also play close to the chest and keep secrets if you want to.
He's not very physically like not very openly like beautiful or handsome or anything like that. He's pretty plain looking. He's got dark hair and dark eyes. He's about 5'7", average weight. He does a really good job of disappearing when he wants to.
Excellent. All right. So unless you were really looking for him or knew he was with your company, he'd often be in the background and maybe slip back.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I don't know, is JJ ready to talk to us about Mikey? It's okay if he can't. We can
Give
come
him a
back around.
second.
Yeah, we can come back around.
I'm here. I'm here.
No, it's okay, buddy. Do you want to
No,
tell
it's
us a
all right.
little bit about Mikey?
I just had to go to it because I'm hooked on Bluetooth.
You're good.
Mikey is if we're gonna go with the 50 years, he's about 25 years.
Okay.
He's a Toradol. He is on the ship because he is the last of his clan.
Okay.
His entire clan was wiped out while he was away. And he's vowed vengeance because of them being tricked.
Excellent. Now, as you look about on the ship, one of the things you would have first noticed stepping aboard the Lily and Iris is the crew loaded your gear. Whatever traveling supplies you chose to take with you for your year's journey, probably a trunk or satchel or duffel bag, depending on who your character's lifestyle was. At the port, walking up the gangway, you would have actually seen Khalid's character make it onto the deck of the ship. And initially, looking at the band of pirates and seeing the assorted races of characters that are part of the crew, goblins and orcs and even a minotaur, and they've got different elves, a tiefling, and of course a dwarf or two here and there, and a gnome. You almost mistook his character for a member of the crew, but today at the morning announcement, when the captain called the crew together, you saw this other turtle not standing in line with the crew, but standing apart, just like the rest of you, not with the group. How would you react? Is this the first time you would have seen another turtle since the death of your other clansmen?
It would be the first time I've seen another Toradol at all compared to the clan I was raised and lived with.
Okay.
So it'd be a lot of surprise to know that there
Gotcha.
were other Toradols from where I was from and gone through some of what I would have.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there anything in particular your character would have been doing during the day before the captain's meal?
More than likely, I would have been as far away from people as I could be,
Okay.
sitting, watching, talking with my ancestors through meditation.
Gotcha. All right. So we get another stoic traveler. So the evening presses forward. The sun sets over the top mast of the ship as high noon passes, and you see the colors turn to beautiful pastels. The temperature cools off, and the sounds of the lulling waves crashing against the hull provide a relaxing atmosphere as the crew begins to wind down. You see some makeshift charcoal grills appear up on the deck as a few of the men have started cooking their catch, or at least their portion, in skillets and across metal grates and on other bits of iron that they could heat. Captain Piscean bounds out of the front door of his captain's quarters through the war room and onto the main deck. And he adjusts his ascot and swishes his scimitar around a few times, puts it back in his sheath, and he bangs his elbow against the doorway for the entry to the war room in his quarters, and you hear it go. And a few moments go by, and he bangs again. And shortly after that, you see his first mate, Calder the Bruce, stumble through the door just behind him at his heels. And Calder holds up a boatswain's call, which, give me 1 second.
Hey, Scodell.
So the first mate, Calder, holds up a boatswain's call, and he walks forward and says, and clearly I'm not very good at it, but the crew stands at attention. Everyone stops doing what they're doing, and Piscean bends forward in a dramatic, fantastic way, and he says, "Men and women, excuse me, men and women, welcome to your evening of R&R. It looks like the catch went well. Eat up, boys, and the excess put in the bay." And he kind of kicks at the floor, and a trapdoor deploys, and one of the gates opens up to below deck. He says, "Go about your business, men. If you need anything, whistle for Calder." And Calder nods and, salutes at the captain. And he motions at you all and says, "Come, join me in the war room." And Captain Piscean stands in the corner near a small fireplace with a metal smoke pipe coming out of the top that actually protrudes up through the top deck outside of the back end of the ship. And you see him stuff a pipe with some Cavendish tobacco from Calimshan. A fragrant aroma of chocolate smoke fills the air. And Calder attends to some food that's been placed out on these countertops here in a makeshift little kitchenette bar. There's alcohol available for drinks and glasses laid out, a few mugs, and even some actual physical glassware behind some nets to prevent them from falling over with the swaying of the ship. And he motions for you all to take a seat. I'll go ahead and just kind of move some people around the table since it's not that important. So Piscean stokes his pipe, steps to the front of the table, and says, "Please, make yourselves at home. Grab a drink, pick a chair, make a plate. I have foods from all over the Forgotten Realms. Well, anything that I can preserve and keep in the ship fresh long enough for our journeys. I'm sure each of you will find something to your liking." And he kind of looks in a strange way at the two turtles. Having not actually had one of them on his ship in quite some time, he's not 100% certain that he's prepared with the right amount of food for their diet. So would anyone like a drink?
course. Why, thank you, my friend. This is delicious. Where did you say this alcohol is from? It is fantastic. And grab one for myself and the other turtle.
So Piscean kind of laughs a big, boisterous laugh. Oh boy! And then he nudges Calder in the ribs and he says, "Oh man, he's one of us already. Look at him drinking that grog."
I'm gonna take it to Scold. Be like, here you go, friend. Enjoy. And then drink the other one like this, kind of like chow, 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 chow.
And so Calder rushes forward with another mug of grog, and despite its slightly mildewed, watered taste and this faint scent of lime and lemon oil and rinds that have been in the bottom of this wooden barrel fermenting with the water and juice that they've made this basically captain's private reserve prison wine with, you guys start the evening out right and share a glass of this fire water. And he goes,
I actually turned it down because my character doesn't drink.
well, it's okay. Not every one of us have the palate for the finer beverages. And he nudges you, Khalid. So he looks at you all and he puts his hands on the table and leans forward and he says, "So, you got the invitation to come to the island of Chult. Have you all heard of this place before? Has anyone traveled to the lost lands of Chult?"
And lean forward and be like, no, tell me about it. I still have the other drink in my hand. I don't know if I gave it to Scold or not, but I still have it in my hand. And my one is empty, and I'm like, I need another one. No, but tell me about it as I'm bashing them on a table like this.
As you slam your drink down, Piscean takes notice that one cup is not frothing and foaming with splashing ale, and it sounds clunkier. And he looks over his shoulder and goes, and Calder the Bruce rushes forward with another fresh cup and takes your empty one from you. And he says, "It's quite a fantastic place. I'm so excited we're here." Wow. Let me just tell you. You see, I've been all over Toriel. I've sailed, I don't know, most of the oceans. But can one really say they've sailed all the oceans? I mean, really, I digress. Chult is fantastic, savage, and wonderful. It's one of the last few places on this godforsaken planet where you can really scratch out a savage living. And for a pirate like me, an ethical pirate, it's the perfect place for me to hang out and let the steam blow away. And he takes a big puff of his pipe and exhales a large cloud and sort of traces the smoke cloud with his finger. And he looks around at the more quiet party members and he says, "I'm assuming you got that strange magical letter? A summoning? Come on now, be honest. Tell me about the letter." Now, don't be too shy. And he's going to roll a persuasion. That is a 15, and his persuasion from my old character sheet was like a +5. So he gets very persuasive as you all have ate his fine food, and some of you may have partaken in his drink. And you all can roll insights to see why he's asking this question if you'd like.
I would like to do that.
All right, roll an insight check for me.
Ooh, -1, 10, -1, 9.
All right.
27.
You said 27?
Yeah.
All right, so with your 27, you your judge of character kicks in, and you are able to really sense with your background of being a druid and a well-traveled person of nature that this strange water genasi man, in his elemental free-spirited way, it's actually quite strange that he would bind himself to being a pirate and not be more concerned with magic and mysticism and the life of, a true full-blooded genie. versus the half breed he is. So you pick up on the fact that one way that he's been able to supplement his regret for not living up to, I guess, an honorable life as a water genasi by becoming a pirate is he fills his time with just fantastic adventures and he collects them. Roll me a perception check. Actually, everyone roll me perception. And for you, I need Torth to roll me perception with advantage. So roll the dice
I
twice.
roll 1 + 8.
The dice give and the dice take away. And Torth, if you're there, can you roll me a d20 2 times and just pick the higher of the two for your perception?
Question for you. Since I've been drinking, do I roll a disadvantage?
Yes. JJ, are you guys there? Are you able to make a roll for me?
13.
All right.
1 second, my computer crashed. I have to pull this up.
It's okay. Do you know what I can look at your character sheet. Do you want me to just roll for you?
Yeah, if you could, because I'm rebooting it right now.
No worries. All right. So your character looks around in the captain's war room. Okay, excellent. You had a nat 15 on die, and I know your perception was pretty good, so we're going to go with a pretty decent roll for the DC. You instantly take notice as he leans forward with excitement, asking for you to describe how you got the letter. His shelves are stuffed with books all around the war room, and these books have papers just shoved in them haphazardly. There's open ink pots on one side and a small writing desk, and actually trailing out of the doorway to the captain's quarters here is pieces of parchment and paper and an old feathered quill pen that has most of the feather pieces missing, and it's been trudged on by foot. So the best you can assess is that Piscean likes to write these journeys down in his captain's log, and he collects literature and fiction and books on all sorts of things. And your character, Marvin, you would know based on your insight that Piscean is sincere. He's not motivated with asking about the letter. So he waits a few more moments and he says, "Please, the letter. Tell me about the letter."
Well, it was quite strange. Whoever wrote it seemed to know quite a bit about me. And I'm a very private person.
Yes, certainly. She does. She knows so much about people. And he looks off in the distance, kind of almost in a longing way. And then he snaps forward to attention. She really is a piece of work, huh? That Lady Sindra Sylvain. She's still up to her same tricks. Letters are sent, adventurers come. My ship sails. Some return, sometimes none. What? Don't look so confused. You signed up for this. You're not my prisoner. I didn't force you to get on the Lilian Iris and sail across the Sea of Swords for 6 months.
How many adventurers have you ferried to this land?
Oh, well, it's hard to say. I don't know if I should tell you.
Whichever. I don't have persuasion.
You can roll persuasion.
I have. My good has no charisma. So
Good, it'll even be better.
I will performance, but it's the same modifier.
All right, so with your 9,
they're both charisma, and they're both +0.
You're fine. So with your 9, he brushes you off a little bit. He's like, Please. You certainly haven't given me much of a tale. Why should I give you one? And he looks around the rest of the room and he says, Look, I invite you to dinner in the captain's quarters. I serve you the finest food and the finest drink. I don't even make you work for your passage. Well, I couldn't make you work if I wanted to because Sylvain played for it, but I digress. Tell me, stories, adventures. What are you looking to get out of this? I'm an open book about Schult.
I'm gonna look him dead in the eyes, and I'm gonna tell him, let me tell you a story. As I'm kind of like wobbling sideways. Let me tell you a story about.
So he like starts matching your swaying, even though he's sober. And he's like, trust me, it helps with the seasickness. And he's like,
why are all
following.
these people moving? Oh, both of us are perfectly fine. Why are they moving all around?
He puts his hands on your shoulders and he's like, it's okay, Khalid. Look at me. Tell me. I've got you. Captain Piscean's got you.
Let me tell you. So, it all started when my mammy and pappy met together. And then from here on out, I'm gonna go on ahead and just give him like a kind of like story of my life, just for no reason, no beginning or end, just kind of traveling through it. Just that.
And so you will realize after being at dinner with Piscean that he's well versed in attending to multiple people at the table. So he's at this point sort of taken a stool and propped it up next to you in this corner here at the corner of the table. And he's got his arm leaned on the table with an ear open to you. And he's listening. Oh, yes. Do tell. Really an ancient species of snapping turtle, you say? Wow. Your great-grandfather had a bite strength of 25 tons?
He was good. He bit down. He created our entire village. Rumors say he took down a giant one day.
Well, he probably put a rift in the world or could bite my ship in half. And then he leans into the rest of the table and he continues to pay attention to you all and he says, well, considering everyone's being so shy, I suppose I'll let you find out more tomorrow when we dock in Port Nyanzaru. And he basically makes his farewell. He says, I have some business to attend to. Good even. You'll find your bunk prepared below deck. And so he walks out of the room and he's going to go back up on the top deck of the ship. And Piscean's just going to stand at the wheel of his ship and pull out like a little reed pipe and start whistling a song to himself. Just like foot propped up. And you all are free to go to bed. In the morning, you hear one of the bosun's mates come out onto the ship. The crew awakens earlier than you all, and the deck above your sleeping quarters resounds with the footfall of the full crew awakening and doing its morning chores to prepare the ship. The boatswain's call whistles off again, and a man in the crow's nest shouts out, attention! Captain on deck! And Captain Piscean walks out onto the foredeck of the ship and does his morning inspection, paces around, and he says, all right, men, I need you all to hoist 2 dinghies into the water. We'll stay docked out here off port. No, take that back. Bring the ship in on the tow line. So here you see a bunch of men go to the helm, go to the bow of the ship, and they man what looks like a ballista, but loaded in the front is a grappling hook, a crank. And so Captain Piscean's basically made his ship capable of pulling itself into port. And the ship is dragged in, and it gets docked at an open slip in Port Nyanzaru. And you all should be seeing... Oh, I went to the wrong map. Sorry, guys. I gotta go to the dock. Here we go. You all should be seeing a ship off of boardwalk type gangway thing.
See it?
You don't see it, or you do?
Do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's an animated map, so it might take a minute to load. And if it screws up really bad, we can just theater of the mind. I just put this stuff in as visual flavor. So before he allows you to leave, he walks past each of you and says, well, I certainly hope you fare better than the last group of adventurers. Best of luck. And he looks over at you, Khalid, and says, thank you. Wonderful company. And the shared cups of ale. And then he kind of leans back into the rest of the group and does this whole like SpongeBob, like waist in your face inspection. He says, you all really need to liven up. A month on a pirate ship. One as exciting as mine. And not a peep. And he turns heel, clicks his feet together, snaps his fingers, and you see the first mate step forward and call the crew to attention. As you all step off the deck, and go down the gangplank, you see a whole slew of people. Port Nyanzaru is a bustling city port, and there is a strange assortment of people and dinosaurs and creatures that you haven't seen before trudging around, pulling carts. You see permanent cranes in the port that are being pulled and operated by brontosauruses with big necks and ropes connected ones. Advanced at the same time, dressed in colorful garb, lots of different cloth, and just like the places from all over the Forgotten Realms, seen in this port and market area. Out from the crowd waiting for you is a man and a woman. The man stands with his arms crossed with a few attendants, armed guards nearby. Stand next to him, just behind his right shoulder, adorned black robes with arcane symbols all over. The crew begins to unload your items onto the dock, and they wait for you all to step off, and they pull the gangplank back. At this point, I announce to His Royal Highness Prince Wakanga Otama. And you see his men.
I'd like to let you know that I am almost falling off, but I'm skipping.
You're excited to have him for it. You see him take a bow, and a few of them take a knee. A woman. He addresses you. Welcome. Welcome, Nyanzaru. I take it your journeys were safe and without peril. Provide you my best. But I will remiss I expect you to set out on your adventure. If you have any questions, I trust that you got the letter my wizard sent you.
I'd ask him like, so part number properly. Part number properly. We're here. Do something. What are we doing? I don't remember. Give me money.
Yes, money, gold. And you see him snap his fingers and off. They went to a cart, and they step forward with a and they slam it down on the ground, and the lid buckles forward, and the chest topples, filling its contents. Varying types of currencies from all over the Forgotten Realms spill forward. Different gold coins and platinum coins, precious gems and jewelry of the fine craftsmanship. And he steps forward, and he kicks the gold at you all, with his foot and grinds his heel into it and says, "Money! It is just money! It does not mean anything. We're here because we need help. And you are powerful. Yes, you have been summoned to achieve this artifact hidden at the heart of the island."
What exactly about that you summon adventurers from all over the world?
And he looks at you with his hands on his waist, and one of them inches to his scimitar, as though he's prepared to draw it if offended. And he looks at you and says, "If I wanted your questions, I would have paid for them." Insight check. He puts his chest out and gives the other. Sorry, my dog was in here chewing dog food. Out even more prideful and angry, and he looks over without actually turning his head all the way, and he
got a 21.
Go ahead.
He got 21 on his insight check.
Okay, I'll get to that in just a second, Jason. He turns his head over his shoulder and he addresses Lady Sylvain, and he says, "This is the best that you could send for." And then he looks forward. With your insight check, you can tell that there's a lot more to the reason why they want you to track down this ancient artifact. But he, as of yet, has not been persuaded to tell the real reason why.
I think at this point I would click my sword partially up out of its sheath because I wouldn't like how he's approaching.
And he would.
Kind of as in a defensive thing.
All right, he's going to roll perception to see if he notices. So he rolled a 16 on die. So he sees you equally match him with the click of your sword coming up out of the sheath a little bit. And he takes a step back and he turns on his heel. And before he fully spins around to rotate to face away from you, you see his hand reach down almost in like a dancing motion. He grabs at this scimitar. He brings it over his head in a swirling motion. And it's as though this is a very well-rehearsed dance in like a snap motion. He twists and spins, and you see the sword do a dance around his body. And it's almost as though he like jumps over a part of the sword too. Like if he were to have hit someone with this attack, he would have cut their legs off, cut their midsection, and then brought the sword down across their shoulder and their neck. And when he finishes this maneuver, he takes the sword, returns it to its sheath, and he's standing facing away from you. And he's looking at Lady Sylvain now, and he says, "Even I have cut my way through the jungles of Chult. Look at this one with his sword. Did you not tell them more than just they were here for the artifact?" And you can see that he's clearly basically pissed off that the wizard didn't tell you everything. And it's not that he didn't want to inform you, but the king doesn't like to speak unless he needs to speak. Or the prince, excuse me, does not like to speak unless he really needs to speak. So you're standing, all of you stand there at this port, and then the female wizard, Lady Sylvain, she steps forward and says, "Prince Wakanga is, well, delighted to have you here. By morning, you will set sail on Captain Piscene's ship around the southwest edge of the island. There, you will land in a natural cove and make your way north into the jungle, finding the heart of the island. The artifact you seek lies in an ancient city known as Amu." Yeah. Did somebody have a question? I thought somebody said DM.
Is that all you can tell us about this artifact, that it lies in there? What is its purpose? Why are we doing this? What? How many? Without a conversation from the captain, there's been more than a few people that trying at this, and I'm assuming none of them came back. So what's up?
Lady Sylvain kind of bats her eyes and, in a dismissive kind of way. Yes, there were about 5 other groups before you. 2 to 4, 5 or 6, a group of 8. You would be I don't know. Like I said, 5 or 6. So maybe this makes you the 6th or 7th group of adventurers we've summoned to the kingdom. As you can tell, I'm sure already, Prince Wakanga has a near limitless resource of wealth. So money is not the option here. And money is not the issue here. He simply wants the artifact recovered. It brings great troubles to his land, you see. The artifact, about 3 or 4 years ago, was mistakenly discovered. And it lied buried deep in the royal burial chamber underneath of the hidden royal temple at the heart of the city of Amu. When this artifact was activated, if you may say, the lands became strange. Our traveling merchants and caravans of tradesmen and hunters were able to traverse across to the heart of the island through the jungles with much less issue before. And now it seems when we leave our city's borders, more than 50 miles out from the boundaries of the walls, we hit places where we simply cannot pass any further. It's as though there's a magic that prevents us from getting deeper. We end up lost. Many people don't return. It's clogged up trade. Our if we can't hunt and we can't search the jungles for goods and we can't mine for resources, well, what are we then? A trade port city that's as good as dead. So you see, finding this artifact may remove the curse on the jungle. And I will warn you that after the onset of this strange curse, the primitive inhabitants of the island have grown unrestful, very, very violent and distrustful. We used to have great dealings with the local frog folk, Grung and Bullywug tribes, primitive as they may be, occasionally came to Port Nyanzaru to trade for things. Now they attack without prejudice. I hope this answers your questions.
Really?
Do you want to persuade her to give more information? Or do you want to ask the prince anything?
I don't think my persuasion's gonna cut it. But my passive perception says that she's moving out. Yeah, a key detail. But anyway.
So to summarize, you guys can't go anywhere, and you need us to fix your problem by killing our way through things so that you can start trading, making money. Correct?
And so you're saying this in general or specifically to Lady Sylvain?
Specifically to Lady Sylvain, because she's the only one that's talked to us so far.
So Lady Sylvain looks at you and says, yes, more or less, that's the simple definition. And
Knew it. Violence is the answer.
all right, so it looks like our buddy who was trying to join was jumping on now. So let's see here. I don't have a token down for you. I'll give you some backstory in a minute, Justin. You all have arrived in this port city, and this prince is giving you a job to go seek out an ancient artifact hidden in the heart of this jungle in this ancient city known as Omu at the heart of the island of
Been here almost the
Chult.
whole time.
Huh?
I've been here almost the whole time.
Oh, okay, good. Sweet. Awesome,
I've
man.
just
I'm
been
sorry.
listening. Sorry, guys. I've been putting my son down to bed.
No, you're good, buddy.
But I've been listening. I came in around the time the turtle was having a drinking contest with the other turtle, but he was the only participant. I was when Jason was. I'm sorry, I don't know your character's name, but I see your name is Jason. When he was talking to the Genasi, who's being a little shady, but ultimately is just looking for a good time. No, I've been here pretty much since the boat, I would say.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll bring you in just a second, or you can just feel free to like openly interact with these two NPCs.
I'm
So
trying to
go ahead.
really quickly. I'm trying to get VTT to pop up.
Okay.
Is there a fast way to do that? I already have it downloaded.
So all you really need to do is go to dndbeyond.com and sign into your D&D Beyond account. And then when you go to the D&D Beyond website, you should have where it says collections, and you should see my characters, my campaigns. You're going to click on the thing that says my campaigns, and then you should see the campaign, The Princess and you're going to click view campaign. And then when you're
One
looking,
second, I just hit a whole bunch of things on my computer. I apologize.
it's okay.
Let's go back. I had D&D Beyond. I was signing in
Yep.
because ultimately I've always done my own stuff on my phone. I apologize, everyone. This is going to take me a second to get logged in.
Yeah, you're good. While you're doing that, if like I said, once you get signed into D&D Beyond, just go to My Campaigns, click on the Princess and there should be something specifically that says View Campaign, and then from there you'll see your character, and there should be a little blue box that says Join VTT or Join Above VTT. And when you click it, you'll see a pirate ship docked at a port as the map. But we'll go ahead and fast forward a bit. So, Khalid, you responded to Lady Sylvain that was there more to it, and than just like letting the people travel the island. And she said it more or less. That's the simple explanation. And everybody, I need y'all to roll me perception checks.
Do we need to tell you our results, or can you see them on VTT?
I can see them if you're rolling in D&D Beyond.
Cool.
Yeah.
If you have my sheet pulled up, do you know what my additive is?
For perception?
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec. I can pull
Yeah.
it up. If you're on, are you on above VTT yet?
No, I just logged into D&D Beyond.
Okay. So
campaigns, Princess
Yep.
and
Yep.
view campaign.
Yep. And then click join above VTT. It should be like a little blue box.
I just rolled an 18 with my +2. I got a 20.
Nice. Yeah, and I can see everybody's rolls. I see your roll too, Tor. Thank you. And I see Mikey's roll, and I see Khalid's roll, and Marvin's
Don't
roll.
roll again.
Do you see how to roll in the character sheet on the above VTT?
I mean, I rolled physically. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you want me to roll in the?
No, it's okay. If you have physical dice, you can use physical dice. This is the honor system, so I'm not gonna like babysit you guys as players. You should know your characters and what you can do.
But I need my Wait a second. I think I see it. I have a lot of ads in the way. How do I not ads, but like
if you're up at the top, you should be. Go ahead.
I was about to say, if you've logged into VTT and there's that screen right in the middle of you, just click on the screen where there are no hyperlinks, and it will go away.
Yeah, that's just like the tutorial screen. What are you looking at now, Justin?
I see the thing in the background, and I see what the gentleman's talking about. The Abdul Hadi is talking about, or excuse me, Sir, what can I call you, my friend? The turtle player.
Abdul Hadi is actually my first name, so either that or the character's name, Khalid, whichever one.
Okay, so in game I'll call you one, and then since you were nice enough to, I'm Justin, by the way. Nice to meet you, sir. And Jason, I think you and I met a long time ago because you look very familiar. But I'm Justin, everybody. And in game I'm playing Arkin, who y'all get to know in a little bit. But Mr. Abdul, see what he's talking about. But when I click away from it, it doesn't go away. That's the problem. It says
No,
above
you have to click on it.
15.52.
Yeah, you actually click on it itself.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
All right, that's
you-
good.
It took me a few times to figure it out.
Yeah, so now
Understood.
are you seeing the pirate ship map?
I also have a big old thing on my way that's showing everybody's roles. How can I just minimize that for the time being?
All right, so up.
Nope, never mind. I got it. Nope,
Yeah.
good to go.
All right, yeah. All
So
those
now I
little
just need another tab with my character sheet then.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Your character sheet's in above VTT. So you should see where it says sheet. If you click on sheet, your character sheet opens in above VTT.
Oh, beautiful. All right, so I rolled a 16.
All right, cool.
What is my perception bonus?
All right. Well, no, you don't have to worry about that. I got the DC set already. We can move forward from here. So,
Okay.
Mikey, you're still kind of stoic and just like brooding as you wait for more information. Everyone else, Marvin, you would instantly notice that the prince grows impatient. Torth, with your 20 plus, with your 20 being such a high roll, when you look at the prince, not only do you realize that he's growing impatient, he's starting to grumble things under his breath. You would also see some locals sort of start to gather around, and I'm going to click on the map, and you should see like a little blue, like raindrop puddle looking thing, like a ripple. Let me know if you can see that little blue marker rippling on the map.
Yeah.
So basically, just spotted around the port is a random assortment of people like docks workers. But the longer you all have been here in this audience with the prince and his court wizard, you notice that common folk start to arrive, and pushing their way through the crowds are some small children of various races. Everyone's curious to get a look at Prince Wakanga. And as the children push their way through the crowds, Prince Wakanga takes a knee, turns around and addresses them. My children, please come forward. And the kids kind of walk forward to see the prince, and he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out some exotic candies, little like sugared delights, and he gives the candies to the kids and kind of, folds their hand over the candies, and he says, do not be shy. Your prince loves and cares for you. You are the future of Nyanzaru. And as they stand by, he looks back at Lady Sylvain and he says, if you will not tell them, then I will. And he steps forward, and almost in a way as though like his robe and his garment sort of like dwarf her presence. And he says, this artifact, it is worn by my sister.
Who is your sister? Is she a maid?
You said, is she a mage?
Yeah. Wizard,
No.
sorcerer.
My sister's an innocent. A young girl lost too soon. The age of 18. She lies asleep somewhere deep within the jungle.
Yeah.
So you want us to take her out as well, right? Wink, wink.
No, I do not want you to do anything of the sort. I wish for you to recover the artifact to help my sister.
I got you. Wink, wink.
He looks around and scans you, Elle, again, and he says, before I make my leave of you, are there any questions I or Lady Sylvain may address before your journey in the morning.
Where's a blacksmith that I can get a good axe at?
You will find many blacksmiths here in Cholt, but you leave in the morning.
Fine.
He dashes his foot over the coins and kicks some more at you all, and kind of like dusts his hands and says, "It will be done." And he turns around and walks his way back through the crowds. The adults kind of push themselves back in like almost a respectful fear and reverence, and they all bow their heads low. And the kids wait for him to walk through and sort of like trail in behind him, walking behind him and his wizard. Lady Sylvain turns around and she looks at the kids, and you see her prestidigitation. She just creates some magical fireworks that go up in the air, and basically like some small dinosaurs show up and they start kind of animating around in the magical fireworks. These dinosaurs start biting and fighting at each other, and there's even the audible sound effect of roar, roar, and the kids kind of giggle and laugh. And Lady Sylvain wishes her hand like this, and the fireworks fall to like sparkles and hit the ground as they take their leave. You see Piscean on deck of the pirate ship, and the captain calls out, "Oi! I'll see you on deck this evening. Don't worry about getting an inn. The crew kept your cabin in order." Yes.
At this time, all of you would turn around to see marching off the hull of the ship, heading towards the gangplank that has been mounted aboard the land there. A gigantic, almost 8.5 foot tall buffalo-like creature that maybe you've never seen before, because it's something that's not typical in the area. It is a being that, well, if you ask, you'll have to know, because unless DM, you want to have people make a history check to see if they've come across my kind before. But
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll
otherwise,
history.
all right. So yeah, all y'all want to roll a history check and see if you get above a 15. I would say, just because we're uncommon.
Nat 20.
Nice.
Who got the net 20? Oh, we're gonna be
18.
friends. Okay. So ultimately, what you see before you is a gigantic buffalo, like think like a minotaur, but it's a buffalo instead of a bull, and the whole body is covered in this very well kept, well put together brown fur. Something that looks like exactly like what he's shown there on the screen. A gigantic man, clearly starting to get older in his age, as his fur is lined with grays, but not enough that you would call him, older. But he's seen some years in his time, and my total friend over there would know that I'm what they call a Bulwari. Bulwari is not something native to this land, but somehow you've seen them every now and then, which is not very common. So it definitely would, send a shiver down your spine and be like, oh, that's not something you see every day. But with the Nat 20, you've undoubtedly seen them in your lifetime at some point. But he comes down with his like nice little tunics that he has on, carrying a backpack that you clearly can hear would be more assumably like a set of armor and weaponry that he doesn't have adorned at the moment. And he comes down rubbing his eyes and clearly just woken up from a nap. But this big, hulking, almost scary presence, what it would seem naturally, you notice there's a small tender side and a gentleness to him as he walks up and approaches the children who are watching the fireworks, and with just a big smile on his face, just comes over and starts pulling out these little wooden figures that he has, and he just starts handing them out, not to every single one, but the ones that he has. And he's like, "To you, little, I give you a kofi, and the light be with you." And then he stands up and just starts to walk away towards y'all's presence. And
Wait,
he notices the
before you wander off, a little tiefling girl wanders forward. One of the ones that did not receive one of the little wooden carvings, and she tugs on, I guess, your pants or your short or whatever kind of garment you're wearing that would be like the seam of your leg, and she says, "Oh, hey, Mister, do you have any frogs?" like a wooden frog?
So the Bulwari man will turn around, pull a little bit of wood out of his pack, and I'm actually going to make a carpentry check, and I have carpentry tools to get a +5 on that one.
There we go.
And with a 19 +5 plus, I don't know, I think my dexterity is only +1, I think.
Yeah.
We'll just say that it's obviously you can't whittle a perfect little frog.
You
but
do something
it's
like
enough where
about
you can
this
probably
big, like a little tiny,
enough
like
where you can see the
handheld frog.
legs maybe, and probably enough where you can see the head. And he just kind of quickly shaves off the big pieces and just kind of hands it to her and says, "For you, little one, I made this just for you."
She
And then
puts
he
her
kind of
hands
like,
forward, and she
and he
puts her
carves a
hands forward.
little bow on
go
it
ahead.
and hands it to her.
She puts her hands forward to accept this little wooden frog, crudely carved statue, and she says, "Thanks, mister. It looks a lot like the frog people who used to be our friends."
So with a big old smile on his face, he'd probably take his big old hand that he sometimes forgets how big it is, puts it on her head, and just kind of, in between the thorns and in between the horns, so he doesn't touch them disrespectfully or anything, but just enough to get some of the hair, just tussles it a little bit, and just stands up and notices the group, obviously standing before him, and just kind of heads in the general direction, kind of seeing, because he noticed them on the boat. Now he's kind of making his way over to them, clearly, staying at a distance, but at the same time letting his curiosity pique him, as he's somebody who loves to see young adventurers at heart and that kind of thing. You're on mute.
Day presses forward. You all have very little to do in Chult. All of your needs were taken care of, and you all are well outfitted for your adventure. The evening comes, and you all trickle back onto the vessel after exploring this, tropical port city in this hidden lost land. You settle in for an evening of rest and prep for the adventure the next morning. You're awakened much like you were in the mornings before. Across the 6 months of sailing you have been on Piscean's ship by the sound of the boatswain call and the announcement of the crew. This time, when Piscean calls for lineup, he sends Calder, his first mate, to attend to each of you and wake you up in a courteous manner. Calder beckons you to follow him to the mid-deck and to attend to Captain Piscean's morning address. Captain Piscean stands again by his helm and addresses the men, and he says, Men! Port Nyanzaru and a fishing trip, y'all are going to get soft on me. Captain's spoiling you with fun times, R&R, wine, women, and wonderment. Well, everything is short-lived, unfortunately. We head out around the horn. And all the men shout off, around the horn! Go ahead and make me a history check, everyone. Okay. All right. So looking at everybody's history here, the only one... Go ahead.
I got a 5.
Okay. Right.
Where do I see my oh, there, wait. Yep. And it's -1, so I got a 4.
Okay. So the only two people that would recognize or realize what that means when they say around the horn are Khalid and Torth. Khalid, you know very well, even not having been to Chult particularly, that when they say around the horn, that typically means sailing to like the sharpest southernmost point of this island. And you recall from the ancient stories of your people that the southernmost end of Chult is known as the Lost Lands. Basically, think of like Land of the Lost, like very primal, very primitive, very unsettled. So you're going to like just the middle of nowhere, essentially. Torth, you would know this now because you spent some time studying Piscean's notes, and he'd actually began writing a story about his adventures to Cholt. And each of you are mentioned in somewhat of a way, but all of your names are changed. And there's little notes written in the side margins of the captain's log where he's making like basically editor's notes to himself, and he's like, yes, be sure to add a little bit of flavor to Mikey. He was a little quiet. And then he says, I liked that wizard. And then he goes through and kind of just lists off different qualities of each of you that he's going to beef up in his story. But the one thing that is mentioned in his books when you read them, Torth, is the around the Horn, the location in the southernmost part of Cholt. And then he has written in his book the word Omu in ink, and stamped next to it is like a dab of pen with a question mark and a blot of ink, as though he's never been to this place before. And with that, we will move things forward. Piscean's ship, the Lilian Iris, docks in a sandy sand barge, pulling itself in and anchored with its grappling chain and winch to this rock structure over here. Some of the crew unload some gear into a small dinghy, which basically paddles its way up to the shore without you in it. Then the crew come back and they get you, and they bring your characters to the shore. And this is where the fun begins. Yeah.
So, Arkin is actually going to jump off the side of the boat.
Okay.
And
go ahead
walk
and roll
to
me an
shore.
athletics check.
Hopefully I don't have a negative in that, because that's a pretty good one. Just so nobody thinks I'm flubbing. Where's my dice?
Oh, it's all good, dude. It's all good. I got to move things forward because we only got so much time. So you got to get.
So 18, 18 plus athletics is a +4, so 22.
All right. So
I'm a big boy.
This big bison of a man leaps over the side of the ship, and you see his massive form plummet into the still semi-deep water. Basically, it's about, I'd say, 15 feet deep here. He goes under and disappears for a moment as the rest of you look on, choosing whether to take the dinghy down by ropes and into the water and paddle up, or to approach the shore in another way. A few moments pass, and you see his form begin to walk up and rise up out of the water as though he was so heavy he was literally just like walking on the bottom.
And I'm definitely like, tossing my fur and stuff like that, almost treating it like a whatever you want to call it, like a midsummer, kind of like a midsummer, rinse in a creek somewhere.
Yeah.
Like you look at this big man, this big buffalo man, and you could tell that he's been doing this since he was a calf, just enjoying nature, essentially.
Gotcha. Unfazed by the strange beach landing and the onset of the island. So you all land on this basically mostly untouched cove. You see a few supply crates here and there. Go ahead and everybody make me a perception check.
I got a 20.
Nice.
Oh, let's see if I have a decent roll.
Nice, Marvin. Yeah, now, Torth, I can see your rolls in the chat too, but if I do miss something, I do appreciate the announcement too. So just a heads up, I do have the ability to see most people's rolls. All right. And then I guess I'm just waiting on some physical dice or a roll from Mikey as well.
13.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, 13.
Cool.
But I think if everyone else is going to do it electronically, I'm going to switch and join everybody.
That's fine. Mikey, did you roll perception for me? JJ? There we go. All right. So as soon as the dinghy lands and you make landfall, stepping off into the dry sand as the tide has started pulling out for the night, Torth, Marvin, and Mikey, along the banks of this rocky outcrop, crawling its way up this naturally formed and well sea-weathered cove, you see movement in the local vegetation. It's basically like moss and grass and tropical greenery, and it stands about waist high to a normal humanoid, but there's some rustling coming from all around the edges of this natural cove. Khaled, you're just excited to be on the beach, so you're kind of exploring and looking around. You would notice the crates here, some of them still stacked up in order and a few of them damaged. Excuse me, Arkin, you would not necessarily take notice of the rustling, but being a Bulwari, your sense of being alert out in the wild takes over, and you notice that the normal sounds of night that you would pick up on, insects and flying birds and things like that, aren't quite, or excuse me, daytime. It's not nighttime. My bad. The normal like daytime sounds of like of insects and like wind movement, you don't actually hear any of that. It's just the lulling sound of the draw of the tide coming in and out. And very, very, very far off in the distance in the jungle, you can hear sounds of like great beast kind of groaning, like whoa, and like.
Arkin's going to put on his armor.
All right, so you take 10 minutes to don your armor while you're standing on the beach. What do you guys want to do?
Can I roll a nature check?
Absolutely. All right, 21, like it. All right, what are you looking for? What are you trying to figure out?
I noticed that it's kind of quieter than what one would expect, and there's no animals around the crates.
Yep.
So I look for things like that. Any signs of life?
So, would you inform your friends of this revelation?
No, but I would go ahead and suggest that they either equip a weapon or some armor.
Okay. So, and feel free to open roleplay. I know this is kind of a new game for you and JJ, so you can talk in character or tell me, and I'll kind of narrate for you if you like. But if you guys want to open roleplay and interact in character, the floor is yours. So feel free to chat and strategize and come up with plans.
Well, Ryan, I have dark vision. Will I see anything?
Well, it's not nighttime. I made a mistake and called it nighttime. So my bad. Your dark vision would really help you right now.
No.
But remember, your perception though was high enough to notice the rustling. I thought you had gotten 11, but maybe that's from earlier.
You want me to?
No, everyone had already rolled perception, so I'm just going off of the previous perception rolls. But if you guys want to do anything, then tell me what you're doing, and feel free to click on your tokens and move them around. Jason, I can move your token for you if you need me to. But if you're in VTT, feel free to put your token where you were or where you want to be, and tell me what your character would be doing.
Just so I know, since I can match everybody else, how do you roll the dice with the checks?
So
you click on the different numbers, the pluses and minuses.
On your sheet?
Yeah. So on the sheet, you should see like your modifiers. You can actually like right click and say with advantage or disadvantage, and then you can just like click regular, and it should roll. Yeah, and sometimes
it's pretty awesome.
VTT may even show like digital dice rolling across the screen. Yeah, like it looks like you got the glacial dice set, and it showed 21.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay, good to know.
So Torth is kind of taken, and this is above the game stuff because Torth's character has not basically given this information to you all, but there's no animals rummaging through the crates that are there, and there's no animal noises. So like the suspicion is that, well, if these crates are here and there's goods and supplies, why aren't like wild animals poking around and trying to get in them or eat the contents? But yeah, what are you guys doing? Go ahead, Arkin. Are you trying to do something with animal handling?
I'm gonna cast spider climb and attempt to climb up a rocky coast.
Okay. So you cast spider climb, and your character attempts to walk up. Are you going up like near where the supply crates are, up along the side? Where would you want to go? Just like centrally, straight down the middle?
Well, hold on. Let me minimize the character sheet so I can.
See what the map is. And while Jason's kind of strategizing what he wanted to do with his spider climb, anybody else want to do anything or tell me what their
I
characters
want to
would do?
go about here.
All right, perfect. All right, so let me go ahead and grab Marvin. So Marvin, you all would take notice of Marvin. He starts to walk away from the party, and a magical green aura surrounds his boots, and you see these thorn-like protrusions sticking off from his boots, and they're sort of like grabbing and spindly around his feet and underneath the tread of his foot and his sole. And he begins to easily traverse up the side. So he's literally like standing off of it, leaning back like this, just walking up the side of this escarpment or coastal cliff wall that's been carved out. And as you get to the top, everybody needs to roll for initiative.
Hold on, let me do it. I did it manually, but let me do it in the app.
15.
I think I'm blind. I can't find the initiative. Hold on.
It's next to the armor
Mm-hmm.
and under proficiency.
Yeah, it should be toward like the top of your character sheet. It'll say like INT.
Oh, okay.
No, it says initiative.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Do you see my initiative by any chance? I rolled it.
When you roll it, it automatically puts you in the combat tracker, so I don't even have to look at it.
Oh, okay, cool. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure.
Yeah, everybody's in the combat.
Yeah, I don't.
Now. Well, actually, I've got 1, 2, 3 of my players in the combat tracker, so I'll have to manually add Mikey, and I'll have to manually add.
Yeah,
What's up?
I don't see initiative. It's not online.
Are you on the app on your phone?
No, I'm on the website on my laptop.
Okay, so are you in the map screen right now, like looking at the coast?
Yeah, and I'm looking at
you see
my
where it
character
says sheet? Okay, so you're on the sheet itself now?
Yeah.
So it's going to be like on the main page. So you should see like a block with 4 red squares inside of it, and that can switch you from like one page of your character sheet to another page of your character sheet. But you want to go to the main one that says like skills.
Oh, okay.
And initiative is at the top.
Yeah.
Under proficiency.
And then JJ, what did Mikey roll for initiative?
He's kind of AFK right now.
Okay, well, I'll just put him at the bottom of the stack for right now.
Alright.
And we can adjust later as needed. Alrighty. So, Marvin.
Hey, DM.
Yeah, what's up?
If you would allow me, I was about to take an action, but if you want me to roll like a dex check against whatever's coming, I was actually going to cast one of my level 1s.
Yeah, what spell were you trying to cast?
So off of my basic Lancer class, I'm going to be casting Stronghold, which for 3 turns adds temporary AC for 3 allies. And
There you go. Found it.
I was going to cast that on the druid primarily because he was putting himself in a dangerous position.
Okay.
Excuse me, I don't know he's a druid yet, but Jason's character for spider walking,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
actually what was triggering me to cast it, as I was like, oh, he might be putting himself where people will take aim at him. So
Yeah.
I was going to cast it on him, so he gets +2 to his AC for 3 turns. I cast it on myself, which I'm at a negative for that since I can't, myself suffers a penalty, so it's only 1. And then
Yeah.
the turtle was right beside me if I looked at the picture right. So
Yeah.
my turtle friend is also going to get +2 to AC for 3 turns.
Okay. And just manually keep track of that for me, guys, if you can, because you don't have to adjust it on your character
So
sheet.
just turtle and druid, you guys have, and I'm not trying to be rude by not saying y'all's names. I'm just in character. I haven't learned them yet, so I'm just saying turtle and druid. You guys both have +2 to your AC for 3 turns. And then
Well,
nobody
thank
else was
you.
in the reach, so I cast it on myself.
Alrighty. So
It's
And length coming out.
go ahead.
Pardon me?
No, Jason. Yeah, +3. +3 was for the spell.
Yeah, three people roll 15 for initiative. So, what do you want the order to be?
It's going to be based on the whoever has the higher dex modifier, and then after that, it would go if somebody has the same dex modifier, it would be who has the higher just overall dex score. So I mean, I'm not super concerned about it because this isn't going to mess us up. It's so bad, so we can just go in the order that it shows up. I'm not going to roll a contest on initiative for all that stuff right now. So as you stand on the edge of this cliffside, Marvin, and begin to make your final foot plant above the cliff's edge to kind of hoist your body up and over to traverse to the top, in the ferns and fronds of these tropical plants that form like a rim of natural vegetation and a barrier, you see these glowing eyes peer out from the bushes, and you hear "Ooh, ooh, ooh." And after you hear that in the distance, you hear as a bunch of noises go off from all around you. Instantly, this creature leaps towards you, and he is going to attempt to grapple you. And he's going to do that with advantage.
Do I get to take a reaction?
Well, it's his turn in combat, so right now he's literally rolling to try to grapple you, and it's a contested strength check. So with his roll,
So roll strength check.
yeah, you need to roll a strength check, like an actual saving throw, strength saving throw. So he got an 18 on die.
My strength is terrible. Wow.
All right, so you made your roll in the chat.
Yeah, it's 15.
All right, so you fail the save. You become grappled as this strange tropical creature. I don't know if your character would have ever seen it, but above the table, it looks like a poison arrow frog. Its green, neon-colored, sliming skin starts to secrete a clear yet purple-tinted mucus that soaks into your clothes and gets all over your skin as it seeps its way down into your armor. You are now. Go ahead.
Is it acid or poison?
I'm getting there. You are poisoned. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Your character is now poisoned for 1 minute. And the grung is going to jump off of you, and he's going to take his dagger and thrust it at you in your chest. And so let's see if he can actually hit with this. All right, so you got a 24. I know that beats your AC. I can show it to you too. And so he's going to go ahead. Oh, is he critical? He critical. Holy crap. So you just got crit hit by the grung as he reaches out to stab you in the chest with his dagger. And your character is going to take 5 points of piercing damage in addition to being poisoned. The grung stands there in front of you, and he puffs up his gullet with air. Then he goes, oh, and appears more aggressive as he pulls the dagger out and readies himself defensively. With that, it is going to be Khalid's turn. You see your friend bound over the top of this cliff, but as he makes it to the top, he staggers back.
I can't get to him, can I?
What's your movement speed? I think 25 feet, or is it 30 feet?
We're going to find that out. To be just honest with my character, I'm trying to find out where the movement.
I think it's 30 feet. I think it's 30 feet for the turtle.
I still have fire climbing gauge.
Yeah, so you're sticky feet, basically.
Yeah.
You didn't fall back. You just, like, when he stabbed you, clearly you would have been pushed back some.
And I still can't take a reaction, right?
No.
Okay.
Not against a regular attack.
Okay.
Okay, so then what I can do is, based on my math, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm at the bottom of the cliff.
All right. And are you going to do anything else with your action economy?
Yes. I am going to try to toss a javelin at the dude that's tackling him. Be like, hands up! I'm going to the javelin, a strength weapon. I can't.
What was the javelin question?
I was asking if a javelin is a strength weapon, and I think it is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to rage.
All right, go bonus action rage, and then you chuck a javelin. Go ahead and make your attack check. Now, this grung is under partial cover.
So does that mean?
Basically, he's just gonna, yeah.
11.
All right, let me make sure he's. I can't remember off the top of my head what their AC is. I do apologize. Crap, I gotta scroll up. Character sheet. No, my bad, guys.
How far away is he from me?
15 feet.
Yeah, like 15, 20
Okay. He's dead.
Why is he dead?
We kill him.
I don't know why my map is going crazy. This is ridiculous. I hate that it sticks sometimes, like it does that. All right, I got to refresh the map. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to click on the grung, and now it's like scrolling around. I'm mad. I don't know. I'll look up their AC real quick. I'm pretty sure it's low, so I'm sure that the javelin would hit even with the disadvantage. So go ahead and roll some damage for me.
All right. So, flat. Oh.
No, I shouldn't wait.
So that is 3 plus, since I'm raging, plus 2, so 5 damage.
You can bring her in here, Ash. I'll take her. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so you did your roll for your attack damage.
3 plus 6 plus 2. So 8 damage.
All right.
You said that the 3 that you cast on me is for AC, correct?
Yes. I will go on a break, yes. All right, so you chuck this javelin, and it goes through the jungle brush. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to go on break. Okay, never mind. Never mind, guys.
So for my turtle friend and the druid friend, you get 3 for 3 turns. I only get 1.
Okay.
And it's 3 of my turns, by the way, since I'm the caster. So, yep.
I got you.
So, long story, who's played D&D before?
Well, hold on, guys. We don't want to disrupt it because I don't have that much time, Justin. I'm not trying to be rude.
I thought you were going to help the big guy.
Yeah, I thought I was too, but Ashley called me off. So let me resolve Khalid's attack. So you chuck this javelin up the cliffside and into this tropical-looking brush as the javelin finds its mark through the brush. embeds itself in the chest of this small grung as you hear the throated froggy sound start to gurgle and become phlegmy and liquidy. You definitely hit it pretty good. Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your turn?
Not at the moment. I am out of anything I can do.
Okay. All right. So with that, it is going to take us to Marvin's turn.
While that's happening, I gotta step away for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, and we might actually resolve. We might actually take like a 10-minute break here in a minute, just so that everybody can attend to restrooms and drinks and any kind of family needs if they've got kids at home too. So let's just. I was going to try to get through a quick bit of this, but yeah, feel free to step away. You're not going to miss much. Sorry, go ahead, Marvin. You have just been stabbed in the chest by this dagger and poisoned as this secretion of mucus enters your skin.
So I'd like to take a reaction before I take my action.
Okay.
I want to cast Absorb Element on myself.
Okay.
And I guess actually it won't help. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, no, won't help me. Poison. Oh well, it's fine. I am going to cast Produce Flame at the thing. What?
At the grung?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So that's to hit. Does it hit?
Let me check real quick. Sorry. I'm clicking back and forth between a lot of windows. Absolutely.
Okay.
So you cast your spell.
And then this is for the damage.
Go for it. All right. So as flames stretch forth from your hand, how do you want to do this?
Well, Morgan's kind of angry because just got stabbed and poisoned, so the flames shoot out of his hand, and he attempts to fire the creature that stabbed him.
As the flames emanate and make contact with this grung skin, you see the purple tinted clear mucus that secretes all over its slimy reptilian or amphibian skin light up first, almost like butane. The flames catch, and this creature literally just starts to like go. It squeals, and you now have fried frog legs at your feet. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
I'm going to use my bonus action just to no, I'm not going to use my bonus action. Actually, I am going to use my bonus action to heal myself.
All right.
Let me just I have a bonus action.
This doesn't heal the poison, but it does give you back HP.
Well, I have to wait for my next turn to heal the poison.
Yep. All right. So let's go ahead and.
So I cast Healing Word on myself.
Okay.
And why is D&D Beyond the being stupid?
Don't worry about it. You can fix it later. I'm going to move on just because of the sake of time for the game.
Yeah, go.
Again, I trust you guys as players to heal yourself.
8.
There we go. So you heal for 8 as this magical energy bursts forth in a wellspring of life, restores you, and the area where the knife made purchase with your chest starts to heal forward and stitch itself magically as the skin and tissues return. With that, it's going to be Mikey's turn, and I know Torth, you said Mikey might be AFK. Is he still AFK?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's trying to put his kid down right now.
Okay.
Not like the kill shelters, like to bed.
All right, so we'll table him for now. We'll let him hold an action. It's gonna be Arkin's turn.
Are we out of combat, or are we still in combat?
Oh no, you are most certainly in combat. You have been ambushed.
All right. And I'm assuming the one that engaged the druid is the only one that I see.
You wouldn't actually see it because of where you are. And the grung was hiding in, the ferns and all the tropical.
Let me reword that, like that I
vegetation.
knew about, because obviously I would see that he was engaged, but he's the only one that I knew about.
Yeah. So you just see your friend, stumble back and assumingly take an attack, and then the javelin being chucked up, and the cries and sounds of a creature as the flames go off and burn just over the cliff edge. So you can see the flames rise up.
Right.
And when the sound of the grung cried out as it was being burned alive, you start hearing a chorus of other sounds as you hear rah, rah, rah,
Okay. So I guess I'm going to turn to the druid, and Arkin would be like, "Brother, are you all right?"
You can roll me a perception check to see if you see anything with all these sounds going
on. 18 plus. Oh, I should have done it again.
It's okay.
Plus,
Either way, you're good.
Perception.
You're fine, dude.
I'm also trying to get used to seeing here.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just going to
plus
continue
1.
forward as you get the rest of your roll in.
The 19.
All right. So with your 19, you hear with the chorus of the strange throat rattling sounds, 3 large humanoid-looking creatures step forward boldly out of the vegetation. So these new combatants have appeared along the cliff's edge of this natural cove. And it's still your turn, so go ahead, my friend.
Well, first thing I did is I called out to the druid and asked if he was all right.
Yeah, I'm okay. I was able to take him and heal myself.
All right,
Thank
good.
you.
Of course. And then Arkin then is going to, let me look at my spell list. All right, so
and just as a heads up, Torth, you'll be on deck next. So if you want to look over your character sheet to think of what your next move may be after Arkin's turn, you'll be next in combat. Go ahead.
So I have an ability as a Lancer called Joust, which up to 15 feet away, I can add 1d6 to my regular striking damage.
Mm-hmm.
So on purpose, I'm going to go for... Can I get this guy all the way back here? So I have a 30-foot movement range. It's 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm assuming to go over the rocks would be difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, you can certainly
5,
move
10,
your token. So go ahead and move your token once you figure out your route.
30. Well, I was trying to see to get this one that's like all the way at the bottom here. If I had enough movement plus my
if you
Joust.
Double click on the screen and a little blip will show up. I can see what you're talking about. All right, so you want to hit him.
I don't, even with Joust, which adds 15 feet, I can't reach him with the difficult terrain. I'd end right in front of him. So then just to do something that I know I can, I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, Actually, we'll do 20. And then to get over this difficult terrain, I'm going to hit and get up to this guy right here.
Okay.
And then that way, I
You're
can't do
within
my
range
full
that you can make an attack.
But I was purposely stopping myself within 10 feet so I can do my joust ability.
That's fine.
But because of difficult terrain, I can only add 2d6 then.
Yeah, go for it.
So then it would be a regular attack roll. And even though I get two attacks, this ability, I can only use one. So we'll
Okay.
do one attack roll. I just need to is that right? Okay.
Yeah, D20
11
plus 8 to
plus
hit.
8.
All right. Yeah, so it hits.
Right. So I hit on a 19.
Okay.
Then I do my damage, which is piercing because of my martial weapon of using my lance, which does D12 damage, which is 13.
Jeez.
Plus, and this is a level 2 ability, so I'm wasting one of my bigger ones that I have right now. And then I'm going to use the Lancer ability, which lets me, like I said, roll 2d6. So I'm going to come here, click that twice, and hit roll. So it's 12 or 13 plus 4. So
As you charge forward at this strange
17 points of damage, Lance out in front of me, full sprint right into him.
All right. So that's how you want to kill this guy?
Okay, so if he's dead, I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's a lance, man. I mean, I pretty much just have to skewer him like a kebab, you know.
All right. Well, let me add
You
some
kind of
flavor.
have
To this.
to.
Let me add some flavor so I can move on to our next flavor. So you lunge forward, like you said, making your attack, and as you poke into this strange creature's flesh, this creature you've never seen before, despite protecting your friends, your eyes grow solemn as you have now taken the life of someone you're not sure to be aggressive to you. You take the body of the other strange creature. This one looking much different than the one that you did not see, but you could hear. And as this one draws its final dying breath, instead of the throat gulp, you just hear the fade, and its mouth slacken and open up, revealing a large pooch and gullet. A sticky tongue falls forward and sticks to your boot. And as you take your lance and lay it down beside you to let the slack body off the end of your weapon, his body tumbles down the cliff, and you notice the tongue sticks to your shoe and pulls a little bit, and then finally snaps free as the body tumbles the 10 feet down to the beach below. With that, it is going to be Torth's turn. So, Torth, what would you like to do?
I'm still on the beach, right?
Yeah. Are you able to see the map? If I click this, you should see your character lighting up, like blinking.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay, yeah.
right now you can see two of these strange, and I'm going to just speak out of game. You just have to think in game, your characters would have probably never seen these creatures before. But obviously, the one that he just killed is more like a bullfrog type person. They're called bullywugs. And the one that Marvin killed on the cliffside with his fire is a grung, and grungs are like poison arrow frogs. So they're like brightly colored in different colors. But go ahead, Torth.
No, you're fine. All right. So I'm going to roll for stealth because I want to make my way over there, but seeing enemies, I don't to be very obvious I'm going over there.
Sure.
I rolled an 11.
I see.
So
okay.
I also take the 1 platinum piece in my bag and I hold it out in my hand.
Okay.
That way I don't come off as aggressive as I make my way over there.
So you're sort of like quietly slinking up forward. Now, if you click on your character token, you can move your character token around like a checker piece. And it will automatically snap to these little grid squares, which represent 5 feet. So your character being human variant, you should have 30 feet of movement in a regular movement phase. And then you can use your action to get an extra 30 feet by taking the dash. So I'd say we'll just call that 30 feet. So you're moving over in the direction of the dead grung, or do you want to address the bullywug?
The bullywug.
Okay, so you would probably want to be more this way, because there's a bullywug here and a bullywug here. So
sorry. My
you're
screen was not extended
No,
enough.
it's okay. You're fine. So you walk forward with this platinum piece extended in your hand, and you're kind of slink up in a non-threatening way. These are going to roll perception real quick. All right, so they don't see you sneak up initially, but they do spot eventually the shining coin reflecting, the growing morning light as it crests over the beach, and the two of them turn to each other and they lower their weapons for a minute, and you hear them go. One of them is going to point its webbed-fingered digit out at you, and then it's going to take its hands and go like this and make a cross sound. And your turn, Torth, because basically what you did with the coin, I'm going to call that a free action. So you still have like your regular action, you have your bonus action. So you can attack or use another skill or spell or ability, or you can hold an action. So holding an action, if you're worried that they're going to attack you, you can say you have to name a condition. So a condition would be, if the grung on the left charges forward at me or charges forward at my Bulwari friend Arkin, then I will shoot an arrow or release a spell or something like that. So is there a held action you'd like to take?
Yeah, if they try to attack my friend, I'm going to spring at them with my sickle.
Okay, so you'll try to move forward and hit them with.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And do you want to end your turn here, or is there anything else you'd like to do? You have any bonus actions or abilities that apply to yourself?
Nah, that's all for right now.
Okay. All right. So with that, it is going to be. Let's see. I don't know where I put this dude. Give me 1 second. Clearly, one of dead. Hold on. Let me just do this. How about that? All right. So that one's dead. It was his turn. Now it's this guy's turn. Okay. So the one in the front here, seeing your coin, this is the same one who extended his digit forward and made the motion of arms crossed. He is going to do a standing leap, and that's a special ability that frog folk get. And basically, they get 20 feet worth of jump, and they can jump straight vertical 10 feet with or without a running start. So from a stationary position, you see the leg muscles sweat on this creature as he crouches down in a strange manner, placing his hands on the ground. You can see that the weapon he previously had has been stowed temporarily so that he could touch the soil with his hands. You hear his flippery like frog hands smack the rock, and it makes sort of a smack sound as the wet mucousy skin touches this dry rock, and he jumps down from the cliff and lands on the box in front of you. And you see he crosses his arms like this, and he begins to speak to you in his strange language. And he looks you up and down, and he is going to roll an insight check on your character to see whether or not you are threatening to him. And that is a 4. So he is not sure, and he's moved forward with this coin. And his primitive, tribal, suspicious nature is going to get the best of him. And he is actually going to reach behind his back, draw a spear, and in one motion as he reaches back, he dips forward like at the waist, almost as a frog would, where he would palm the ground to jump. So it almost looks like he's getting ready to leap again, but instead, him grab the sword, or grab the spear and attempt to throw it. Let me go ahead and make an attack. Yeah, go ahead.
By any chance, in that lull in combat when he was just approaching her, what would be the right way to word this? Would say that we were temporarily out of combat while they were aggressing? Because I would like to make a move as possible, but if we were not, I completely understand.
No, still in combat.
Okay.
So it's a 23, so I know that's going to beat your arm. Sort of. So you see this spear lunge forward in like almost like Boba Fett missile jetpack motion as he tips and throws the spear at you in like one fluid attempt to hit. And so that is actually going to do 4 piercing damage as your shoulder is grazed by this spear as it passes past you. And as a part of his other ability, they have multi-attack. So he is going to attempt to bite you. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just responding to that. He's bite me.
Yeah. He uses the rest of his movement to move forward and make the bite. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. So let's see what we get. That's a 20 to hit. Jeez, these guys are rolling stupid hot. So it hits, and let's see how much he hits you for. And he does 5 points of bludgeoning damage as this toothless amphibian maw opens wide, like, and then snaps down on the same shoulder that the spear made purchase with. So now you have a shoulder from the spear wound, and you have this frog who's sunk his teeth down into your shoulders. With that, it is going to be the other bullywug's turn. And you had a held action. Your held action was specifically about an ally. So this is going to trigger that action. So this bullywug moves forward to Arkin, and he attempts to attack it with a spear. And because you had a held action, describe your attack against the one on the cliff. Go ahead and make a weapon attack with your sickle. Now, normally a sickle would be a close quarters weapon. Will have to be within 5 feet, but just for the sake of the game and because you're a new and learning player, we're going to say that you take the sickle and you actually chuck it like a ranged weapon. So it's hooking through the air.
Right.
So go ahead and attempt to make an attack with your sickle as your held action was triggered by this other bullywug attempting to attack Arkin.
All right. I got 8.
All right. So an 8's going to hit. And go ahead and roll your damage.
Also 8.
All right, awesome. So in a honorable retaliatory manner, seeing your friend attacked after being attacked yourself and trying your best to enter into peaceful negotiation, you reach behind your back and pull from your waistband sash one of your 2 sickles, and you throw it overhand as the sickle flies wild, turning end over end. The hooked point of the sickle finds its mark in the neck and right here at the collarbone of the bullywug as it stands next to Arkin, attempting to attack. Arkin, he at the same time that this is happening, when he's hit with the sickle in the neck and collarbone area, he thrust forward with his spear. 21, I don't think hits you because you're bonus to your AC right now, right? You're muted.
Let me see what my AC is.
I think you got that plus 3. He does.
I only get +1 because I cast it on myself.
Gotcha.
That ability is better when I cast it on others instead of myself.
Gotcha.
So I only get +1.
He does 4 points of piercing damage as the spear aims up and into your lower abdomen. This creature being much smaller than you, as you dwarf over it with your giant bison-like form. And then it also is being close to you, going to attempt to take a bite out of your tasty medieval flesh.
Wow.
Buffalo.
A buffalo, excuse me.
Not
So
full.
that's a 20 to hit. Does that hit?
That misses.
All right. So
You
Well,
rolled
do you count
pretty good.
ties as successes or
normally monsters beat ties, but for the sake of being fair to players, I've always house ruled it that ties are just broken by the person being aggressed on. So I will say that
with
you.
my stronghold, I'm at 20.
Okay, yeah. So we'll say that you, as the player, beat the tie since he's aggressing at you. That's just a house rule for me. So he stabbed at you with his spear, and as he draws it back, he attempts to lunge forward and open his frog-like jaws and go, "How!" And he just nips short as the fringed beaded tassels of your leather clothing, your simple, garments, grab into his mouth, and you can hear and feel the beads click by as they're pulled away from the snap of his jaws. And some of the elegant embroidery and beadwork snaps free from the fringe trim of your tunic, and the beads spill out on the ground below your feet. With that, it is going to be this guy's turn. So off in the distance, I need everyone to roll me a perception check.
Oh no.
Yeah, 8.
Dude,
21,
Khaled,
22.
you used all your good rolls on Captain Piscean, Khaled.
It was all the booze.
Yeah, it's the booze. The booze. The juice will get you loose. All right. Let's see here. Okay. So, Marvin and Torth, you are immediately alerted to a strange sound coming from the far eastern edge of the cove as a wooden protruding tube sticks out from this part of the jungle brush and blooms out forward. A sound bellows out of it, and you hear this grung has sounded it's like a didgeridoo. It's like a wooden war trumpet. And he is going to make that call and immediately run off into the jungle. After him, you see another one appear from the far edge of the coast. And this one is going to use its standing leap, its full action, its movement, its dash, and it's going to run off into the jungle. And with that, it's going to take us to the top of the rank. Actually, is Mikey back? Is Mikey able to make a turn, or is he still AFK?
JJ's AFK, but I can go for him. He said.
Yeah, if you'd like. Yeah, go for it. So
Alright.
Mikey's standing on the beach. He's kind of brooding and dark and silently observed this combat take place as you all have basically been able to handle business so far without his intervention. He sees the rustling in the jungle above the cliff's edge and the sound of the primitive war trumpet, and the rustling moves south deeper into the jungle. What would he like to do? Excuse me.
He's going to run towards the other turtle. Well, yeah,
Okay.
just go where the other turtle is because he feels like a special sort of like kinship with him.
Okay.
So he wants to make sure that he is protected.
All right.
And he's gonna. Can he roll for insight or perception?
Absolutely.
again?
Absolutely.
All right.
Do you want me to roll for it, or are you going to try to roll for him?
I can roll for him.
Go for it.
He gets a 7 for perception.
All right. So, with his perception, he looks around and he's not quite able to make sense of the situation and its chaos. Other than that, a handful of creatures of a number he has not been able to gather or collect from a tactical standpoint have slipped away from the battle and moved deeper into the woods as he's kind of followed and tracked the rustle of the vegetation as these creatures snake their way through. And with that, we'll go ahead. Is there anything else Mikey wants to do with his turn, or are you just for kind of flavoring it up a little bit?
End the turn, if that's all right.
Okay, that's fine. So back to the top of the round. The one final grung left on the battlefield here cries out again with the war trumpet and then slips through the woods, but looks back in hesitation, leaving a few of its friends behind. And with that, it's going to be Khalid's turn.
So you said that the didgeridoo sounded from up a little bit to
Yeah,
the northeast of me,
yeah,
correct?
it was on the cliffside over here.
Thank you. Cool.
Uh-huh.
I want to head out towards there. What is the quickest path, and how many points? How many points would that take me there?
I'll just say, for the sake of making things easier, like you would be able to scale up the wall. I'm not going to count it as difficult terrain just for the sake of moving the game forward a little bit and getting you guys in the next area. But are you trying to make it up to the cliff's edge? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so that's 15.
Yeah.
20, 15, 20, 25, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna post up here behind this and kind of look over the edge. I want to
Okay.
point out that I am ready to attack. I have my weapon ready, so that in case anything happens.
Okay, and you see at your feet the charred body of the
Okay.
first grung attacker.
I'm taking notes for you.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
What
Bro,
do I
we
see?
barely started.
What was that? I'm sorry.
What do I see?
As you look around, at your feet lies
It's
the corpse of the charred
I thought.
the charred grung that was attacked by Marvin, the half-elven druid. And as you look southward in this direction, you can see the flattened vegetation underfoot, and in the mud, you see.
Well,
the
I'm still taking
footprint.
notes for you, asshole.
You see the
You gotta be
footprint.
nice.
I'm muted.
Hey, can you mute
You can at
yourself?
least-
Hey, mute yourself. You see reptilian-like footprints and webbed feet moving in a southward direction, and it looks like they followed one another. So, like 3 or 4 paths merge into one, and then there's paths of.
And then you have 5 or
footprints
6 players,
Hey, Torth.
each making turns.
Hey, Torth, can you mute yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You see the 5 or 6. You say like 3 or 4 paths of those padded footprints merge into one and move south and deeper into the jungle.
Okay. And did you want to look up towards the direction that area is clear?
Yeah. So when
So
you look in that direction, actually, as you look north in the direction of the sound and the location of the didgeridoo poking through the vegetation, you do notice the didgeridoo laying up against a downed stump right here. Basically, they sounded the war horn and they split because you guys are wiping them out. And so, in haste, rather than even carrying the war horn back, the standard bearer, essentially, even though these are primitive people, this person who's supposed to be the lookout, he left his instrument of warning. That's how hastily they need to leave.
Did I use my action to go up there and pick up the didgeridoo? Or is my
Absolutely.
action?
Yeah, absolutely. Do.
So
Yeah.
over here, pick up the didgeridoo.
You take
And
the
I-
war horn didgeridoo. Add that
Yep.
to your character sheet. And I'll get you some stats on it if we use these characters later in another adventure. So
And-
definitely keep hold of your character sheet. Go ahead.
Can do.
Alrighty. So with that, it's going to be Marvin's turn. Marvin, you're at the edge of the cliff, still stuck with the adhesion of the magic underfoot that velcros you to this rock.
So all of the blue logs fleed, right?
Except for the one engaged with Torth and the one engaged with I just drew a blank on his character's freaking name. Azak. Arkin, sorry. Now, in your position, you would have had front row center to see these frog creatures scurry through the woods south along the edge of the natural coved outcropping. So you're
Yeah,
keenly
but
aware
I
of movement.
mean, I'm not gonna abandon my other party members while we're in combat. I mean,
It
that's
makes
kind of
sense.
a dick thing to do. Trying to decide. So each square is 5 feet, right?
Yep. And you can use your action to take the dash if you would like to move a total of 60 feet instead of 30 feet.
So I
Unless
can
you have another
move.
magical means of movement.
I can move and then take an action.
Yeah, so in your turn phase, as an action, you can choose to dash. And that would use up your ability to attack or do other things like cast spells, but you have double movement. And then you would still have a bonus action. So if you have bonus action spells, you could always most certainly make your movement, make your dash, and then cast a bonus action spell.
Okay, so I don't know that I want to blow that spell. Okay, I think I can do.
And just a heads up, Mikey's turn would be up next.
Cool. Okay, so I am gonna cast Create Bonfire
Okay.
on the bullywog on the beach
Okay. And
next
what
to
is
Tor.
okay?
It has to roll. It has to roll at least a 16 deck save.
Fails.
And so it's a 60-foot range, so it should reach it, and it's only a
Yeah,
5.
that's fine.
It's
Go ahead.
Okay.
What's the damage?
13.
All right. How do you want to do this? Same way? Crispy fried frog legs?
I reach out my hands and I call down a bonfire from the sky, and the fire just drops onto the frog and burns him alive.
So, Torth, as you stand next to this bullywug, you see this humanoid creature that stands basically about as tall as you. You have not seen a grung yet based on your position, but above the table, grung are short and small and little teeny tiny like tree frog type things. This one stands about your size, stature, and prowess. And as soon as the fire rains down on it, it's almost as though it's melting. The heat from this flame literally hits its skin, and just the thin, amphibian like frog skin. I don't know if you remember dissecting a frog in school. It's almost like paper thin. When the fire hits it, the skin melts down over its skeletal structure. Its bulbous eyes pop and ooze the viscera on the inside. And its red frog tongue gapes forward, falls out of its mouth into the sand. Its body slumps down, crumples forward, and its face lands literally in your feet in the sand. And with that, it's going to be Mikey's turn. So is JJ available to do Mikey? Torth, you may still be muted.
No, he's not gonna play anymore tonight.
Oh, okay. I mean, is he upset? Is there something we can do to get him in the game? He hasn't missed much. There's a whole lot.
No, it's more like just putting Julie down to bed and spending time with his wife.
Gotcha. That's all good.
So yeah.
Well, then I'm just gonna if he's not gonna play anymore tonight, just to simplify the game, I'm gonna take his character out as though the character was not involved. Not
Alright.
not trying to be rude, but it's just hard for all of us to balance and handle. And you know, while it would be great to have him as a player character, him being here or not is not going to help or hinder you guys being able to continue forward. So I will definitely have him jump in future games, and I certainly miss him at game, and hope going forward we can get him in on a new experience and a new one shot. I know kids can be tough. I got a little one, and my wife's helping with her now. So, JJ, I'm sorry we weren't able to get you in too much tonight. Let's move forward. We're going to go to Arkin's turn. So, Arkin, you stand toe-to-toe with a bullywug that stabbed you in the gut and attempted to bite at you.
So, the one that she, I'm sorry, is Torth male or female?
Torth is a male character in game played by
Right.
Andrew out of game.
I meant the character.
Yeah. I mean, am I right? I guess I'm right on the pronouns of the character, right?
Yeah, he's a guy.
Okay, cool. The bullywug, or the bullywug that he held out the coin to,
which was the one that got fried.
Right. Did I see if there was any chance that could have gone favorably? Like they could have, like there was an interest there at peace?
Yes, but unfortunately, go ahead and actually do this. Roll me an insight check with advantage, just based on your connections with nature. I'm going to say, you're used to speaking to creatures that don't speak a verbal tongue, and being able to pick up on body movements and body language.
All right.
So let's see what you get, my friend. Let me go ahead and get to the rolls here.
Oops, that is not the right thing I meant to click on. Okay.
Come on, Justin. Get it together, bro.
I know, right?
What are you doing? All right. So 21. Yeah. No, so you absolutely get the sense that this creature was ready to talk, if that's the way you can describe frog-like primitive grunts and throat vibrations. It was very interested in the coin, and the only reason things went south is just based on the way that you've watched their movements and how they've worked together. You can kind of tell that this particular bullywug is very low ranking on the hierarchy of social status. So it's basically he's just a local warrior cannon fodder type person and very suspicious. You also get a sense that this particular bullywug had not ever had an interaction with a character or creature other than its own native race. So it's kind of like, think of this sort of like when that missionary tried to land off the Sentinelese island in India, and the people are like untouched by society, and the natives of that island came out with bows and arrows and like shot the guy up to death. That's essentially what's happened. You guys have landed in the southernmost natural cove in the Lost Lands of Cholt, and this tribal like organization of these frog people, super suspicious of strangers, has like reached out first contact style, and it did not go as well as it could have.
So just going by Arkin here and the type of person that he is, and seeing that, Arkin is going to smile at the at the one in front of him that's confronted him.
Yeah,
and give him a coin. Give him one of his gold coins, actually.
This guy here, sorry.
To this one.
Yeah.
Hold on. There we go. Give him a gold coin. He's going to turn to this one.
Well, that's the only one that's alive right now. The others are dead.
Oh, I understand. So I'm going to turn to the dead one.
Okay.
And holding my gift that I received from my goddess Akwopi, I'm going to cast Lay on Hands and restore 5 hit points to the one that's dead, bringing him back. Since I'm assuming he hasn't failed 3 death saves yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm going to bring him back to life.
Okay.
I'm going to kneel down and kiss the hand of the one that would have been holding the weapon that I killed. In other
Okay.
words, trying to show affection towards the hand that held the weapon.
To
And
this
I'm
one
essentially
here.
gonna, yep. And I'm
Okay.
essentially gonna pat them both on the butt and kind of like encourage them, like, go on. And then I'm
Oh.
literally going to turn my back on them as a sign of, like, as a peaceful gesture, not
Yeah.
completely, so it's not disrespectful, but I'm gonna, like, whatever, and then I'm gonna hold an action of to defend myself if I need to, because I did check lay on hands as a bonus action. So,
Okay. Perfect.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna move. I'm gonna let them make the next call. But the other point I'm gonna make, if I need to, is I'm facing Torth.
Yeah.
So,
So your character's turned around looking at this part
exactly.
of
So if they rush at him or whatever, I can be assisted. But so that's what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah. So tense negotiations matched in humility and de-escalation of aggression. And thus far, things though tense seem to level out. With that, it is Torth's turn. What would you like to do, my friend?
I forgot to change my hit points. So how
It's
much
okay.
damage did I take?
I'd have to go back up through the chat, but not enough to be super life threatening. Let me see. Hold on one sec. I can tell you in a second. You got 4 points of piercing damage from one of the bullywugs. And I could have sworn you got a bite in there too.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much the bite was.
I don't know if I rolled damage for the bite, so we're going to leave that one on me, and I'm not going to add it. Oh, 5 points of bludgeoning damage, sorry.
Oh, so, all right.
So a total of 9 points of damage has been done to your hit points.
All right, cool. So, with that, I'm going to, let's see. I don't have any healing spells, so I'm going to just kind of like clean off my shoulder, and can I go retrieve my sickle?
Yeah, so the sickle was chucked up at this guy here.
Oh, as a free action, could I have also like pulled that out and tossed it back? I've forgotten completely that was in the, because I'm trying to heal them. So I would have done, like, if the sickle was sitting there in the neck, I would have.
That's fine.
Tried to.
So we'll just say to retcon and catch it up. You pull the sickle out of this particular bullywug and you kind of toss it, really not trying to pay attention to giving it back to Torth because you don't want to seem like you're arming Torth with a weapon. So when you pull the weapon out and you heal this bullywug, it clangs and clatters the 15 feet down into the sand and lays up against this box over here. So yeah, Torth, you could retrieve your sickle. I'll say with your movement, you're using 10 feet to get there. It's a free action. I'll say to pick up the weapon. I'm not going to count that against your turn.
All right.
So you have your weapon back.
All right. So I'm going to equip my weapon, and then I'm going to keep it in my hand.
Okay.
And I'm going to reach into my bag with my other hand and pull out my boomerang, because it seems as though there's multiple enemies on multiple fronts. So I now have like a ranged weapon.
So when you pull the boomerang forth and you hold it above your head, is that the rest of your turn, or do you have more you want to do?
No, that's all.
All right. So when you hold the boomerang above your head, basically trying to play this out. So each person's turn is 6 seconds for new players. I'm just kind of teaching here a little bit. So when I'm describing these moments of combat and interaction, the things that Arkin just did happened seemingly close to being simultaneous to what you just did, Torth walking up to get the sickle. So as you walk up to get the sickle and you pull the boomerang out, Arkin has calmed these two bullywugs, restoring one to life. And as they see your arm rise up with this ranged weapon in hand, they kind of cock their heads to the side, and the two of them go, ooh, ooh, and then you hear, rah, rah, and it's almost as though they're making some sort of odd connection with the weapon in your hand and agreements with one another that they understand what it is. And the two of them are going to use they're basically right after each other in initiative. So this one breaks free using full movement and dash action to make it into the woods. Arkin, I'm assuming based on your peaceful gesture, you would not take attack of opportunity.
So long as they're not heading towards the friends, nope.
Okay, and then the second bullywug, the same, full movement and action, dashes, leaps, whatever, just moving the game forward. And the other bullywug runs off deeper into the jungle, further south through the thick vegetation. With that, the sounds of the ocean take over your ear, and your focus returns to the peace of the beach. But the strange events that have unfolded with these primitive tribal people that have attacked you with quick aggression and suspicious behavior since your landing on the beach. With that, what would you guys like to do? We are out of combat.
I think that I think it's time right now. In all honesty, I think maybe it's 10 o'clock. Maybe time to put this on the caboose on this run tonight.
I mean, I can run it a little bit longer if people are available. If you have to step off, we can certainly call a game, and I can run part 2 another evening, and we can certainly fit it in. I think it would certainly be possible to get the second piece through. If you have a few moments, like maybe half an hour, I can get you guys up to at least the last part of the adventure without the final major encounter.
I am game for that.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and fast forward things a little bit just for the sake of keeping this a fun one shot for one evening. So, combat wraps up. These strange frog-like creatures, they disappear into the jungle, and you and your friends, being curious about their hasty retreat and their willingness to give up on combat, they end up running off through the woods, and you all would make chase, tracking them as these grung hop through the woods and move along the path. And you would see, as you trudge through the jungle after them, the similar muddy amphibian-like footprints. Go ahead, Justin.
As a quick aside, I would have spoken with the Marvin to assess his wounds, and if Marvin would tell me he's poisoned, I'll use my second lay on hands to cure him of his poison.
I can cure myself whenever it gets around my turn again.
Okay. Well, so you guys make chase after the grung, and as you follow after them, not able to quite keep up with their pace. I'm gonna wait for this to load. Oh crap! I loaded the wrong map, and I'm so sorry. Let me switch it here. Sorry about that. You give chase, and you see these grung approach an ancient stone bridge. As you run up in the last minute, you see two of the grung, the smaller of the two, and one bullywug, as each of them make their way across this bridge. As they walk forward, and I do apologize, it's an animated map, so it's going to refresh. I'll replace it with a static one next game if we do another one. Parts of the stone bridge extend forward temporarily, relieving the gap by about 30 feet on both sides, almost meeting in the middle. They cross over with ease, and each of you make it to this. It's basically like a tactical embankment, like a crow's nest, an arrow's nest. I'm gonna put your characters down, and you see them cross. I need everyone to roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Nice. Ooh. All right, Marvin.
Yeah.
As you step forward onto the bridge, giving chase first because you were the first attacked, a bit of you is bitter about receiving this damage from this strange creature. And you rush forward to the edge of the bridge. And as you do, you see the grung that cross over. They have strange markings on their bodies, and those strange markings glow purple. And when those strange markings glow purple, a aura or an energy basically disappears from the opposite side, and they walk through a thin bubble-like veil into the jungle on the opposite side of the bridge.
Okay.
Now you guys are here basically at this bridge. There is a huge gap in between. What do y'all want to do? And let's try to think through this quick so we can get to our last area. So as realistic as possible, strategize with each other about how you want to cross the bridge, and we'll make it happen.
I have an idea, dear friends. We can take a rope. We can tie it to a javelin. We can throw it across. One of us can shimmy up and then pull a bigger rope, and then we can have a bridge. And then we can lay down planks.
So your turtle friend addresses you with a plan for crossing the bridge with a rigged contraption of javelins and rope.
How far is the gap?
I can't quite zoom in on the map all the way right now. They're really tiny squares. I mean, I'm going to say it's like a 90-foot gap. It's a pretty significant gap.
We get through a section of it.
It's 60 feet.
Oh, you just counted it for me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So 60. My bad.
Are
my
there
jump ability.
any creatures in the water?
So go. Do you want to step forward to the edge of the bridge?
Yeah, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. So you move forward to the edge of the bridge and roll me an investigation check. And what is everybody else doing while Torth does this? All right, Torth, with your 23, you look down into the ravine below and you see a jungle-like river flowing underneath this huge bridge that's basically like 200 feet up in the air. Down below, you see large, shadowy figures swimming through the water, of what you can only assume are gigantic-sized fish. You do see something, a big shadow-like thing that is beneath the water. And this particular dark-looking shadow thing starts to move and writhe about. And then you notice a few green vine-like tendrils coming up out of the water. And these vine-like tendrils snatch little bugs and creatures that are falling from the ancient vegetation and vines that hang from the bottom of the bridge, and little like dragonflies that flit over top of it. So these like tendrils are grabbing at it, snatching them, and pulling them underneath the water.
Do they seem to be able to reach us?
The tendrils? You can make an investigation check as well. Are you moving forward to look over the bridge?
Sure.
Okay, so go ahead and move your character roll investigation. What else are you guys doing?
Is the bridge made only of wood, or is there any stone?
No, actually, so the image here is a little bit off. It looks like it's wood. It's not. It's a stone bridge. So it's ancient style architecture. It looks very ornate and carved, but the statues are very well worn, covered with moss and lichens and vines. But what you do recall, again, going back to the moment of your original perception of seeing the creatures escape across, when the grung walked across the bridge, when they got to the edge where Torth and Khalid stand, and you, Marvin, about 30 feet of the bridge would grow out toward the center and basically all but meet as they jump over, and those sections of the bridge retract back. And then they were able to go through that veil with the green glowing markings on their, or the purple glowing markings on their body appear.
I'm
Go
but
ahead.
I don't think that I have a powerful enough stone spell, but I have stone shape, but I don't think it's powerful enough to
No, I think
make a
stone
bridge.
shape is like 5 feet of stone.
Yeah.
To make a cube 5 feet by 5 feet.
Yeah, I can make a door, but I
Yeah.
won't make a bridge.
So as you all stand there contemplating a plan,
I'm gonna unpoison myself real quick.
that's fine. As you all stand there at the edge of the bridge contemplating a plan, Torth, you are leaning over, still observing the strange creatures in the watery depths below and the floor of the jungle as this jungle river flows underneath. And you notice big, fat beetle-like creatures that are climbing down these vines. And as they get to the ends of the vines, they fall off the vines. When they fall off the vines, the tendrils come up again. But this time, instead of just the tendrils coming up, a large body of a plant-like creature thrust up out of the water, and a bloom opens up with white ivory-looking teeth. And this bloom opens up, snatches this beetle, which is about the size of like a rat, essentially. And you see this plant kind of like pulse and throb like this, and it draws itself back into the water. When it rose up out of the water to grab this beetle, you notice that parts of the stones begin to move in on both sides.
All right.
With my
I-
investigation at an 18, did I see anything, by the way?
Yeah, so with your investigation, you would also take notice of the shadowy creatures, swimming in the water below. And you would also see, not as immediately as Torth, but when the tendrils rise up, a few of the tendrils make their way up to the level of the bridge itself, almost like to where they could grab onto your feet. And you see, looking down at your feet, watching these tendrils come up, the stone platform on both sides of the bridge start to grind and move outward toward the center.
All right. So, I tell everyone what I see, and I look towards my friend who was also looking with me to see if he saw anything that I missed. And then I propose a plan for crossing it because I can cast shape water to create water from my water skin as like square platforms that we can then use like the javelins to like pierce with rope tied to them so we can like walk across. Or we could take some of our food rations, throw it down, and then try to have the bridge close up again to see if like the plant will try to come up. And I
Nice.
wait for people's response.
So you see Torth kind of like mulling about, walking back and forth, and talking to himself as he considers and ponders the possibilities of a plan. Well, I mean, there's a spell I could always cast a spell with water, but then how would I walk on the water? And then, if we get the javelins and the rope, and then as he's doing this, he's kind of like thumbing through his pack, eating some snacks and taking bits of the biscuits from the day ration and tossing them on the ground as this plant grows up. And you see every time pieces and crumbs and insects fall, the bridge starts to move in and then retract and move in and then retract.
I think I like what the cut of her jib there and or his. So I think I would take a decent portion of dried meat or cheeses or whatever, and I would definitely. I like that, and I think that's definitely onto something there. And I would just probably dunk a good portion of it, toss it over at Torth's recommendation because I think that's a good idea.
So, Torth, you see Arkin take his leather satchel that hangs across his waist like a messenger bag, and he basically opens the satchel up containing, a handful of day rations, and he tips the contents, basically haphazardly, not paying attention to how much travels out, and basically a whole day's worth of rations and bits and baubles from his lunch pack rain down, the crumbs of food that were contained in these wax parchments rain down over the edges of the bridge, and you see this plant-like, human-eating plant, almost like a Venus flytrap or a pitcher plant, rise up out of the water again, and this time it's thrusting itself and twisting and growing and just swallowing like a vacuum the food as it trickles down into its mouth. The bridge starts to move out further than it has and gets even closer. You all notice that the gap is about 25 feet now. What do y'all want to do?
Keep it up if we can. Can we keep up making?
Yeah, I'll throw my rations over the side of the bridge.
All right. So what were you saying, Colin? I'm sorry.
I was saying if we can keep up, if the idea works, we're going to try and do the same thing to make it so that it goes through.
All right. So
before
everybody
anybody wastes,
hold on one second.
Before anyone wastes any more food, obviously the turtle as one part, but is there two people that I would think look pretty strong?
If you looked at Marvin, you'd realize that, he could clearly hold his own, but he's not going to be as formidable as you and as Khalid are.
So I look at my turtle friend and my druid friend, and I turn to them and go, "Think you could get me 10 feet?" You said 25 feet, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look at you and smile. Just be like...
Arkin is just going to turn around, smiles with his big buffalo grin in his horns, all with his native bees and stuff in them, and just smiles and just gives them the thumbs up. And he grabs rope, he hands it to to one of either of them, it doesn't matter, and just says, "Go for it." And I just need them to throw me at least 10 feet. And then I'm going to use my jump ability, which allows me to go through the air 15 feet. And that should then get me to the other side. And then we don't need to waste the javelin.
All right. So both of you together make strength checks with advantage.
Don't throw me in the water, please.
My strength terrible, but
advantage roll.
Oh yeah,
22.
Nice. Turtle coming through.
By the way, for those of you that
Bulwari pinball.
For those of you that don't know this functionality, because I found out about this recently, if you right-click on the number you're trying to roll, it will give you the option for advantage, disadvantage, and straight rolls.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there's like a blue, a red, a green, and like a gray. I think. All right.
I did check instead of save.
Yeah. No, you're good, dude. Go ahead and I wanted a check, not a save. Yeah. So roll me a check. I'm sorry.
Why isn't it good? Why is it wrong to save?
Are you clicking on where it says saving throw instead of strength in the box at the top? Where your modifiers are, don't hit the one that says saving throw.
Those are two good rolls.
Advantage, right?
All right, you're good. It's good enough. So with your combined rolls, the two of you grab onto the Bulwari under the armpits, and the turtle, Khalid, you sort of retract your head in a little bit, and you say, "Stand on my shell." And so this Bulwari stands on top of the shell as Khalid retracts his head in, And Marvin, you have your hands under the Bulwari's shoulders. Khalid begins to count in his Tortle language, 1, 2, 3. But because neither of you speak Tortle, the three of you are not ready for his count off. And he springs his head forth from his shelled defense, and it propels you, in addition to Marvin pushing you from behind, across the gap with the rope. And so now you have landed on the other side prone, as you are legs half off the edge and chest on the other side.
Full belly flop.
Yep.
Since I did not expect that, my Tortle friend apparently just did great. I'm a natural. The whole point of what I'm supposed to do is go up and come down, but because I was just amazed, I just belly flopped straight on it, and I turned around and I just give them the biggest give both of them just like a thumbs up. Like I'm not letting go of the rope with the other hand, so I'm just kind of like.
As you do this, and you're laying on the stone slab, you feel the stone underneath you begin to rumble as the grinding sounds begin. And the bridge begins to retract. The particles of food that you have fed the flytrap, man-eating tropical plant, have clearly done the most that they are able. And the creature is smart enough that he has just snatched them, snatched them out of the air, eaten its fill, and retracted itself back into the watery depths.
Would I have noticed that and retracted as that happened?
Well, I mean, you're feeling the bridge move from underneath of you, so you made the right decision in that you're going to move. So I'm going to move your token. I'll say that you're hanging off here, and then you're going to end up moving across to the safe side of the bridge.
Yeah.
All right. So your friend Arkin stands on the other side of the bridge span with a section of rope in his hands. What do you guys want to do? And we're going to finish this bridge up real quick, and we'll end tonight's game because I don't want to keep anybody too late. I can run our final encounter on another evening. I do want to be courteous since our friend Adolhadi had expressed a need to end game in a little bit. So let's go ahead and move forward. We got the rope hanging across by our Bulwari friend, who nearly slipped into the watery depths below as the bridge began to retract.
I imagine Arkin is going to tongue his tooth, realize a little bit is broken, and he's still going to look at the Tortle and just be like,
"That's awesome."
Even though a little bit of the tooth is chipped off, ultimately,
Been thinking to myself, why wasn't he ready?
I clearly counted to 3, right? All right, so the bridge is fully retracted back to its natural state, and the gap reappears. But you have this stretch of rope spanning the gap.
So,
by the way, you
really
said
have anything to hold?
After this is the ending for the event, right? After this is the ending for the thing.
So after the bridge is basically the final boss encounter, essentially.
If that's the case, then if others are willing to stay for it, fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the ability to stay up and run the game. So, all right,
yeah,
big gap, rope across the bridge. Got to come up with a plan to cross it.
Anything to tie it to?
On your end of the bridge where it's broken, and on the end of the bridge where they stand, all along the railings of the stonework of the bridge would protrude statuary. And so in the missing sections of the bridge that are damaged or destroyed, the retracting pieces, obviously there would still be side struts. The side struts are missing. So about every other 5 feet, so about 10 feet apart from one another, is a animal figurine carved into the post along this bridge. So you could definitely tie the rope off on one of the animal figurine looking statues, and they could do the same on the other side.
So that's what I'm going to do, but I also don't want to make that loosely because I want to kind of leave it because I don't want to risk it breaking. So I'm going to tie it there, but I'm also going to hold. So it's my strength plus
the brace on the statue. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm going to do.
I have a question.
Go for it.
I have druid craft.
Yep.
Would I be able to like bring the fly trap thing back up by distracting it?
Yeah, I'll say you could use your druid craft to create something that would lure the plant beast up out of the water.
If that doesn't work, I can craft shape. I can cast shape water
Mhm.
and kind of make like a platform that can move back and forth to take each one of us to the other side of the bridge, and just use the rope as like a stabilizer. Because I can cause the water to form into simple shape and animate. So I could have people standing on it and just have it rolling forward. That way they
Okay.
don't fall through it and it
So
propels them.
so why don't we say this? We're going to have you step forward first. You see Torth, who up until this point has been fairly reserved. Your quiet wizard friend walks to the edge, or stands up from the edge of the bridge after observing uh, his surroundings, and opens a small book and takes out his spell focus. And looking at the spell focus, begins to chant some words and make hand gestures. He swirls his hands together, snaps the book closed, and a globule of water travels up from the river below. And this water forms together in a jelly kind of gelatinous consistency. It's almost as though it's perpetually moving in a swirl to keep itself in the air. And so your friend Torth takes a step out on this swirling eddy of water, and the water moving creates enough buoyancy to keep him afloat as he starts to pull himself over with the rope. As you pull yourself across, you get to about the middle. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Alright, dexterity. I rolled a 12.
Okay. So with your 12, as you get about midway across, you notice that the fly trap begins to lunge up out of the water in a rapidly advancing, thrusting motion in a faster, more urgent hunting snap response than it had before. A tentacle reaches out and grabs your ankle and attempts to pull you down, and essentially takes you and your water and pulls you down 5 feet. So now you're 5 feet lower than you had originally intended to be when you stepped out. You're still holding on to the rope above you, as you were trying to shimmy your way across. And as you hold on to that rope and you're being pulled down, the rope begins to tighten like a bowstring as the sheer force of this creature drags you downward and attempt to bring it to your mouth. What do you guys want to do? You see your friend in peril.
Did I ever do the druid craft thing?
Yeah, I'll say that your druid craft goes off as this is happening. And what are you doing with your druid craft?
I'm trying to distract the creature to,
What do
not.
you make with your druid craft?
I don't like. It can kind of be anything, can it? Like,
Yeah. So just describe to me, what would you make to lure this creature out?
okay. Um. Um. I would probably have some have a flower blossom and fall down into the water.
Okay. So you create like a little swirling storm of flower petals, almost like cherry blossoms,
Yeah.
and all of them begin to flitter down in a swirl below Torth. You see that the fly trap stops short and begins eating the little tropical flower blossoms and petals that fall down into its mouth. The tension on the tentacle is there, but it starts to slacken as the rope returns back to being a little looser and have less of that bow to the center. Khalid, you see Torth being pulled down and this strange swirl of flower petals distracting the fly trap creature in the chasm below. What do you guys want to do?
Before anyone makes their move on to like help me, can I roll for acrobatics to like
Certainly.
pull myself up and like propel myself the rest of the way?
Sure, certainly. Go for it.
All right, because I don't want anyone to waste their moves on me. I got a 10.
Okay. So I'll say with a 10, that's fine. You're able to like slip your foot out and return yourself to a righted position and begin pulling yourself across. So I'll say that you are able to make it across the bridge as well. So two across, two on the other side.
So, I am going to turn into an animal.
So you wild shape. All right, go for it.
Yeah. And my wild shape is a spider.
You said a spider?
Yeah, it's a giant spider.
Mm-hmm.
And it can spider climb upside down without, and it ignores all movement. So I'm gonna try to walk across the rope with my spider.
Sure. So you see your friends across the other side of the bridge as they look at you in a magical puff of gray smoke. Your form disappears, and apparating in your space is the shape of a giant spider. You scuttle out across the rope. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
Well, okay, so the spider's dexterity is 19.
If it's
Which
better
is
than
higher.
yours, you can use the spiders.
Okay. So that is 16 plus.
Excellent. A tendril reaches out to grab you from the wire suspended across the bridge and just misses the back of your abdomen. You slink past and continue to skittle forward, and you make landfall on the other side, jumping off the rope and perching all 8 legs next to your friends on the other side, Torth and Arkin. Khalid, what would you like to do? You're on the other side of the bridge holding the rope.
I'm going to take one of my javelins. I'm going to tie the rope to it. I'm going to stick it in as far as I can into the into the rock.
Okay. So
I
you
go,
anchored the rope?
yeah. I'll be like, here I come. But I'm going to go backwards because in case I need to like snap the rope, I can snap it with my mouth and then kind of dangle down and be like, lift me up.
Gotcha. That's an excellent idea. So you see your friend, and he pulls himself up kind of awkwardly, like a turtle trying to lift its legs up and belly hug this rope. And eventually he makes the hug on the rope and starts shimmying his way, shell pointing down to the water, legs up in the air, but his head cocked back with his snapping jaws ready to clip the rope. And you make it about halfway across. Go ahead and roll me a dex save.
Aha, 19.
Excellent. So a similar situation. One of the tendrils reaches up haphazardly. You crossed in such quick succession to your friend that the fly trap creature was not able to compose itself to thrust back out of the water. As one of the tendrils slips past the vine, it kind of like bumps into the rope, which is now stretched tight, and you feel the vibration as it kind of sends you bouncing and gives you a little bit of a brown feeling as you squeak off a little turtle poop in the water. You manage to shimmy your way across the rest of the rope and get to the other side of the bridge. So
Can
the
I
four. Go
yank
ahead.
the rope and get his
Yeah,
javelin back?
absolutely. So you go ahead when he makes it safely across. He's kind of like landing on his back. He's laying on his back right now. And Torth and Marvin, you guys reach down and kind of rock him forward so that his body, uses momentum to stand back up on his large turtle frame. And Arkin, you yank on the rope and you pull it free, bringing the javelin across with you as the tendrils reach up at it, attempting to grab it like food. You hear like a loud roar and some crashing in the water below as the monster in frustration lunges up and out and slaps all its tendrils down and then draws itself back down into the water. The four of you now stand at the edge of a densely walled off jungle with trees and vines obstructing the way. You look at small paths that have been clipped and cut through the vine work as the bullywug and grung who made it away from the beach ambush carved their way through the underbrush of the jungle with their improvised daggers and spears. What do you guys want to do?
Just for flavor, I wanted to help up the turtle,
Okay.
kind of like Carl Weathers and Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm gonna grasp him like at the Predator 2, or maybe it's Predator 1, but the Carl Weathers. Have you been pushing too many pencils? Like that whole thing, and then Dylan, grab his arm and like pull him up. That whole moment where like strength respecting strength, since he just rocketed me across the thing, just kind of help him
Excellent.
out of respect. So instead of him having to rock himself up with help, I'm just gonna with my own strength just kind of bring him to his feet, like just
Excellent.
strength, respect, strength, that type of that deal.
So you all have now crossed the bridge and you make your way deeper into the jungle following the trail of the river.
Can,
Go ahead.
can I not be a spider anymore?
Yeah,
Real
you can
quick.
come out of your wild shape at
Okay.
will. You're not in combat. You make your way north, continuing deeper into the heart of the jungle, and make camp for the night. I'm just putting this map up for flavor.
Yeah.
You all are able to get in a full rest, so go ahead and heal
Okay.
yourselves up. As the night passes on quicker than expected, you feel as though you are able to rest, but restless. Strange sounds permeate the night as peace is not to be had. Back in your homelands, sounds of owls and forest creatures, or even the sounds of the cities would have lulled you to sleep. Here in the jungle, these noises are strange, dangerous, loud, and unending. Insects buzzing by throughout the night. Mosquitoes nip at you and bite at you through the evening as you attempt to sleep and get comfortable. And throughout the evening, a growing sound of echoes out from every direction around your camp. You wake in the morning. Everybody roll me an investigation check as you guys pack up your camp.
So did we get a short rest or a long rest?
Long rest.
Okay.
Everybody roll investigation.
So all of our spell slots are...
Yep.
Okay.
All right, cool. So Khaled and Torth, you wake up early and you start packing up the tents to put them back in your packs. And as you do so, you notice that the mud around the campfire is littered with foot traffic that doesn't belong to you. Throughout the night, despite your restlessness, you notice that the grung and bullywug, or at least creatures like them, must have been in and around your camp. As the foot traffic moves through your camp and continues northward up the river, even deeper into the jungle. Unfortunately, Arkin, with your one, you don't really notice much other than just you're very fascinated by these strange creatures and this beautiful green expanse around you, seemingly untouched by the hand of man.
I just want to say one thing, which I just realized.
What's up?
My shirt
I
is a
know.
turtle. It's a turtle taking off a Lucky
Oh
Rabbit.
yeah,
That's
That is
I noticed
hilarious.
that. I thought that was on purpose.
Nope, completely unintentional.
I thought it was
That's awesome.
supposed to be a play on like Ash from the Evil Dead. Like it was like a chainsaw armed turtle.
Oh yeah, no, he has a Lucky Rabbit's foot, and behind him is like a rabbit missing its leg.
That's flippity
That's
flapped
funny.
up, man. That's hilarious. All right, so you all would continue your journey deeper into the jungle, tracking the path of the
Yeah, good
Grung.
follow.
And as you make your way into the jungle even deeper, you come to a massive expanse that opens up. You walk over a plateau essentially and up a cliff rise to the edge of a mountain, and you look down into a lush green valley below, and rivers and eddies and tributaries flow in and out between jungle vegetation. But standing prominently in the middle of this sunken valley is a pyramidal-like structure stepped up about 100 feet in rise in the air, with great stone steps leading up to the top. 2 large palms grow out of it, and a hole with an opening about 40 feet wide and 40 feet in height is at the top of this pyramid structure with stairs leading down. You all traverse your way carefully down the cliff's edges and navigate your way closer to the temple, cautiously approaching. Each of you would make it to the top of the temple, and looking down in, you would see this. You would look down into the heart of the temple, and you would see it filled with water. Basically, there's no floors. It's just like a hollow temple. So if you went in at ground level, if there was a door to go in at ground level, you'd come in here. But you guys are at the top looking down below, and you see this open expanse, and the stairs lead down into it and snake their way down to this platform here. So I'm going to go ahead and place your tokens, and then I'm going to open it up for what you guys want to do. And we're going to get through this fight and end our adventure.
Okay, so just a quick question.
Go for it.
'Cause I can't remember if I was within range to see details of the fallen dead body. Um, do the grog and stuff do they have blood?
The Grung, yes, they do have blood, but it's like a bluish color appearance.
All right, does it function like regular blood?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right.
Does anybody need any healing?
Well, you guys took a long rest, so no one needs healing.
Okay.
Everybody has all their spell slots back, and everyone should be fully healed from the long rest. So you come into this open expanse at the heart of this ancient jungle temple. I need everyone to roll me perception checks.
I have +8 on perception now. I haven't been able to get a decent perception.
Yeah, the dice haven't been very friendly to you guys tonight. All right. So, Torth, as you all make your way down the snaking path of stonework and stairs to the inner heart of this jungle temple, you stand in this platform, worn, weathered, and broken, overlooking a watery expanse. With your perception, you look across the expanse and you notice in the distance a marble platform rest on a green, well vegetated area over here with some statues on the corner. These statues don't seem to be very weathered, and each of them depicts a frog-like creature. Atop the stone slab, you see a humanoid body. What are you guys going to do? And we can get through this adventure. I just need everybody to work together and check in because there's not much left.
I want to go on ahead and investigate it.
Yeah.
So you're going to move
That's
forward.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah,
But
All right,
I want to coordinate with the team. And be like, hey, I'm going to take a leaping step to go and get around this kind of like.
yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
go ahead
do
and
that.
move your tokens for me too, so I can see what we got going on.
So my plan is to get to this point over here by leaping across. That looks like
Yeah, you
5
could
foot.
definitely do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, movement in here is going to be fairly easy. I mean, you guys can move around here pretty unimpeded.
Then I'm going to basically take a right and
Okay.
jump across.
Okay.
But I'm going to make sure that at least people know where I am, so that we're kind of working together. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
it looks like Arkin's following behind to protect you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm going to go
All
here.
right, gotcha.
Before we move any further, would the druid and the wizard follow at least either
least-
flanking on this side over here or with us? This is a big room to get separated.
yeah.
I would say if y'all want to be like slowly behind us somewhere, or
So
or
like
maybe coming on this side.
if we have point and you guys are following a little bit behind us.
Yeah. This is a big room to get. Obviously, some crazy ish is going down here, and this is a big
Jason, do
room
you
for
want
us
to move forward as well?
Yeah, I'll use my action to
Well,
dash.
yeah, y'all are out of combat, so it's free movement right now.
Okay, so
This is
yeah.
just literally exploration. So you can interact with each other. You can interact with what you see on the map. You can ask me questions to uncover more information as you travel about this area. So all of you kind of go ahead, Torth.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna hang on the right side.
Okay, so you're about 10 feet back behind Khalid and
You're on the same land as us. Like basically, did we come here and are you kind of thing?
And you can put me like right behind.
Like right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
All
I
right.
want to make a perception check and keep my eyes about because I'm gonna let Khalid take the point, and while he's moving forward, I'm just gonna keep my eyes out because I don't want to get
All right. Roll me
ambushed.
perception.
Yeah.
Come here, boy. Come here. Sorry.
I'll take it. It's the best one I've rolled all night, so I'll take it.
I got to scroll down to see it. Sorry.
It was
All
a
right.
15.
All right. So
26.
with your 15, you look forward watching Khalid as he moves closer to the stone stairs, ascending up to this stone platform with a humanoid figure on it. And as you watch Khalid and trace his path that he'll walk up, your eyes follow the line and immediately fix on the humanoid body. Atop the stone platform is a young female. Her body lays in a supine position with her hands crossed over her chest. She is in perfect health and appearance, seemingly ageless, and swirling about her form is a gray and purple smoky like aura. Marvin, with your perception, in addition to noticing this woman suspended in animation atop the platform, above her head, actually being worn on her brow, is a black metal crown with purple glowing gems. What are you guys
So
gonna do?
it's most likely the Prince's sister.
You saying that in game or out of game? You're just trying to open discuss.
I mean, in game, I guess I want to go. Here.
Okay.
Um. Uh, okay.
All right, so Marvin, you make it across as well, and you stand watching Khalid. All right, Khalid, are you going up to the stone stout pedestal? All right, go ahead and move your character where you would want to be, or I
I'm
can move it
moving.
if you.
Mind you, I'm going to be like checking around as I'm doing. This is not a quick dash, dash, dash. This is I'm
Okay,
moving and checking around me. So this way,
gotcha. Roll me investigation checks.
in how many do you want me to roll? 4 or 5?
Yeah, just roll me like 3 or 4 is fine.
And that is 4.
Cool. So with the 4 investigation checks you make, as you get closer to the woman on the platform, you make note of the same things I described to Marvin. The woman is ageless. She is surrounded by a gray and purple aura, smoky-like, apparition, and on her head is a black metal crown with purple gems. The gems are strobing with light, and they seem active. And then Arkin, with your investigations looking around, you look around the room and look back, and in the water, you notice a few protrusions of plant life. You see some lily pads, and you see some flowers sprouting out of the tops of the lily pads. All of the flowers around the room appear to be white, but there is one located somewhat central to the room that has a yellow and orange sunburst appearance as it sort of like fades into an ombre with like a gradient effect. Um, what are you doing, Torth? I noticed you moved your character over there.
I was looking around at the different structures that are like half in the water and like the protruding rock.
Go ahead and roll
And
me 2. I need you to roll me 2 checks. Roll me an investigation check, and then I need you to roll me an arcana check.
all right, so my investigation was an 8 and my arcana is a 25.
Awesome. So with your investigation, you look around at these stone structures protruding out of the water that seem less damaged. You don't make any note of them in particular, other than that they are, in fact, carved into the shape of frogs. And with your arcana check, you notice that the statues, as you get closer to them, also begin to glow purple.
Can I then roll for religion? Because to me, it seems as though this is like done in a ritualistic way.
Certainly. Roll a religion check with advantage.
All right.
So
I
roll
got
it a
20.
second time. Yeah, that's good enough. Technically, you would roll a second time, take that's better of the 2, but I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, so when you look at these statues that are glowing purple, these frog-like statues, you notice that there are runes that are lighting up on them in purple as well. And, with your magical adeptness and your insight into, just magic in general and the layout of rituals and altars, you're able to assess that this temple reveres or worships some sort of frog-like being, and that these statues are being triggered by your proximity to them. So when you get close to them, they glow. And it's a frog worshipping cult.
All right. Then I would like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and disguise myself
Okay.
as a grog.
As a grung. Okay.
Yeah, as a grog.
Sure. So you cast disguise
Nice.
self and your appearance changes. What color do you want to be?
What color is most common for them?
So most common color for a grung would be a green grung, and they're the lowest of the social order.
Probably a green grog, just in case we get
Okay.
ambushed.
That's fine. So you turn yourself into a green grung. Do you do anything with the statue, or you just stay standing where you are?
I move closer to the group.
So are
And
you going to span the gap, like jump to this stone and then jump over?
yeah.
All right. So you stand here, and what do you want to do?
I want to tell my group that I transformed myself so they don't like attack me or think
Yeah,
I'm
they would
actually
see
them.
the spell go off. The
Okay.
energy of the spell being cast would create like a light and a visual effect. So they would see your form, just like your druid friend's wild shape, as you change to look like a grung. Now, the only thing is with the disguise self spell, your physical form still remains the same size and shape. So if somebody goes to touch you, they'd be able to see through the illusion by reaching down to touch a shorter grung than your body. But other than that, you appear to be a grung. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm getting ready to move forward, but I'm checking with everyone first. I'm like, everyone good? About to get up there. Everyone good?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
So
trying to look up.
Um,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
with your agreements and everybody gives you a nod, are you going to move forward to the stone altar?
I will as soon as someone or whoever else finishes off their statement.
I think it was either Justin or Jason that had something to say.
I
Or both.
can't remember. I'm sorry, Jason, go ahead.
the what I have the enhanced ability spell.
Yep.
So what basically you get to pick which characteristic you'd like to have advantage
Yeah, certainly.
on with checks.
Yeah.
So everyone, if I cast it at level 4, it will go on everyone.
Yeah, certainly. So what enhanced ability are you going to give everybody?
Well, I'm asking them what they want.
So can they
Yeah.
each pick their own, or does it's
Yeah,
only one of them?
they can each. As long as I cast it at level 4, they can all get the
Stat that they buff?
yeah.
Okay, cool. So you swirl your hands together. Some green leaves flit about your hands as you go to cast a spell. You actually disturb some of the decayed plant matter that lies at your feet that seemingly fell in from the ceiling above as wind and storms would have kicked it up. And as you do cast this spell, everyone feels this boon fall upon them. Go ahead and you can use that enhanced ability for a stat, like you said, for checks. Do you know what the addition to it is? Is it like a +2 or a plus what? Or
Hold on. So at level 4, it, each one is different. So if you choose Constitution, you get advantage from Constitution checks, and you temporarily gain 2d6 temporary hit points.
okay, can you put that in the chat, and then everyone who wants to choose
Yeah,
their
I'll send it to the game log, and then everyone can pick
buff
what
their own? Okay, cool. So, Khaled, you go ahead and move up to the statue
is.
now that he's done his thing, or did you need to wait for Arkin to say something?
I was gonna say something, so I want to wait for that.
So, whichever stat you want, just take it, and
Yeah,
that's
and
what
buff
you have.
the yep.
No, it's Arkin. If you want to say, were you saying something?
I want to. Does lay on hands? I know it cures poisons. Does it also cure disease?
I don't think so.
I can cure disease. Is someone disease?
I'm thinking about using it on the person on the
Altar.
on the altar.
All right, well,
I have
let's see what happens. Hold on, let's see what happens because we're doing a lot of out of game chat real quick. So, Khaled, everybody's had a chance to kind of brainstorm a little bit. You gonna still walk forward to the altar?
I am.
All right, so you move forward to the altar.
Weapon in
And
hand.
as you make your way forward to the altar, you hear a extremely loud, tumultuous sound. It's like a tidal wave. A swirling vortex forms in the middle of the pool of this flooded ancient jungle temple. The sounds of water swirling about, and this giant figure appears behind you all. Everybody roll for initiative.
Okay.
I should clear the combat tracker first. I think I have to do that. Yeah. Let me delete
You
you.
want?
Don't roll yet. I might have to have you guys roll again.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm going to get y'all to roll again. I can adjust as
Okay.
needed. But let me clear the combat tracker first.
Okay.
All right, yeah, go ahead and roll for initiative, guys. Sorry.
So I just got a 19. I'll reroll.
If you get a better roll on this one or the previous, we can adjust it. I'll move it around manually.
Both of them gave me a 19, so I'll take it.
Heck
Nice.
yeah, man.
My first, I got a 14. Then I got an 8.
All right, so it looks like everybody's in. So as this violent surge of water springs up and foams, and this huge frog-like creature bursts forth from the watery depths. Khalid, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna tell everyone to. So it's still water there, right?
It's still what?
Water. It's in the water, correct?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I'm gonna yell at everyone to come back to me, and I'm gonna use a javelin to. I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna use a javelin.
All right, so you go into your rage and you make your attack. Go ahead and roll an attack check with your javelin.
Does an 8 hit?
Absolutely not.
So it kind of falls in the water nearby. I'm gonna be like, yeah, if you were closer, you wouldn't have been so lucky.
As you try to flex up on this giant frog beast.
Exactly.
All right, so now it is his turn, and it's gonna get nasty.
It's his turn?
Yes, it is.
Crap.
All right. So it's gonna use its movement, which is more than enough. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it's going to get square up in your grill, Marvin and Torf. And
Did everyone pick what buff they wanted before we started?
I wanted to do strength.
yeah, so just
Yeah, same.
Okay.
yeah, just
Or,
police
no, I
yourselves
want to
on
do
that.
it.
All right, so it's going to go ahead and make a multi-attack. So it's what?
Go ahead.
All right, so it snaps forward with its tentacles, and the first one is going to go at you, Torf, and the second one is going to go at you, Marvin. Let me see if those two actually hit you guys. All right, so the one against Torf was a 22. The one against Marvin was a 14.
So it doesn't go through my armor.
Okay. And then I believe it does hit Torf.
Yeah, my armor's 15.
Okay. So it's going to go ahead and do its damage against you. So as this tentacle slings forward, Torf, it's going to swipe and hook around and grab about your neck, doing 23 points of bludgeoning damage. And you are now grappled by this tentacle.
All right.
As it begins to pull you forward. The second tentacle attempts to swing out and grab at you, Marvin. and you duck just in time as the tentacle swings across again in a whipping motion, missing the grapple.
All right.
And then it is also going to take one final attack with its tongue.
Who's it do?
So the tongue is an automatic hit. That's a unique feature about this particular creature. And the tongue is going to thrust forward from its mouth, and it is going to grab Arkin. And so, Arkin, I need you to roll me a strength check. Or
It can
strength
go
save.
15 feet?
Yeah, dude, the tongue goes like 30 feet, I think.
Good God. Is that a froghemoth?
Yes, it is a froghemoth. And I've beefed it up
it
a
is.
little bit for the sake of this game, so it's not exactly the same stats as a regular.
I don't know what the stats are anyway. I just recognize a froghemoth.
It's actually 20 feet of reach for the default on the tongue. So make a
Gotcha.
strength saving throw.
Wait, hold on. Oh, oh, darn
Yeah.
it. Okay.
All right, so you
with
fail,
the
you fail
ability
your
that I
save.
got from, with the ability that I got from
Jason.
Marvin,
Yeah.
did that grant me advantage? What did that grant me?
It's a +2. What was? Well, he put it in the chat, I think. So let's see what.
You had to pick which stat you wanted.
I did strength.
Yeah, so if you got strength, then you would just roll with advantage. So you would just roll a second time.
Yeah.
Target has advantage on strength checks, and his or her carrying capacity doubles, which makes sense because you're a bull and it's bull's strength. So you roll
Right.
your second time, and let's see what you get.
A 10.
All right, you still fail. So
And then I get a +1, but I don't think that's going to matter.
absolutely will not matter. Not at least at this.
Yep.
All right, so on a failed save, the tongue pulls you within its reach in a 5 foot space, 5 foot unoccupied space that is near it. And because its tongue was able to successfully draw you in, it does get to make a bite attack. So I'll move your character token. I'm going to make the attack first.
All right, then let me put me back.
Or you can move the token. Just put him within 5 feet in an unoccupied space in front of the front.
Where I thought was obvious. Okay.
All right. So with the bite attack, does a 13 hit? I don't think it does with your AC.
Nope.
All right.
AC
So
19.
it attempts to bite you. However, I believe you are still grappled by the tongue. No, you're not grappled by the tongue. So the tongue just pulls you in.
Okay.
So think of it like the tongue snaps out like a frog and sticks and pulls. And if you fail, it brings you into that 5 feet space. If it hits on the bite, then the bite turns into some nasty stuff.
Okay.
All right.
Fair
So
enough.
you pass the bite. Let's see. And it's going to still take some damage. It missed altogether. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me hold myself accountable. So it's going to go ahead and end its turn. So it's Marvin's turn.
Can I do a perception, nature, or history, or a can check and know something about this creature?
Yeah, pick one of those stats that favors you best and make a roll.
Which one do you think would be more appropriate?
I mean, that's why I'm giving you the choice based on your character's build and your stats and what you would lean on in heavy favor. Go ahead and roll a stat or a check in one of those categories and just describe what you're trying to do with it.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to use my knowledge of nature
All right, so roll me a nature check.
to see if I know anything about this.
Yes, you do. So with your 19, you know that froghemoths, like other amphibian creatures, have the ability to swim at the same speed that they can move on land. That they do have an amphibious feature in that they can breathe underwater for a limited amount of time or hold their breath. In particular, this froghemoth actually also has gills. So a froghemoth can stay under the water and slumber for quite some time. More so than that, you also know that the froghemoth, like other reptile-type creatures, while it is not damaged any more so by one or another particular type of damage, by the way that frogs and amphibian creatures work, their muscles move by electrical impulses that are carried by the slime on their skin. So
Okay.
electrical damage
Yeah.
done to the frog would not hurt it more, but it would slow it down.
And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast a 4th level lightning bolt at it.
All right, make your attack. And I don't think you have to, if it's a ranged attack, you'd have to make a ranged attack spell check. But if it's just
I get you want me to put it into did it go to you?
no, I don't see anything. Just you can just roll the attack. It should show up in the log, like your nature check. I can see the nature check. So make the spell attack.
So it is so at the 4th level it is.
Yeah, but if it's a ranged spell, you would still have to roll a d20 to see if the spell hits. So I need you to do the d20 first. So it should say next to the spell plus whatever your casting modifier is. What was that?
I'm trying to get it to do it.
I'm looking at your sheet real quick too. So you're going to try to cast your spell against it just to move things in momentum. Torf, what would you like to do while we're waiting to get Jason's spell to cast real quick?
I was gonna ask, so Shape Water has it to where I can't freeze water if there's creatures in it, but could I take the water from my water skin and freeze it and like turn it into like ice missiles? Because like I would still be able to move it, and I would be able to freeze it to where I could like attack its eyes without like breaking the rules. Technically, would that be allowed?
I don't know if Shape Water lets you freeze the water. Does it say that in the spell description? I'd have to double check.
Yeah, it says you can freeze the water provided there are no creatures in it. The water unfreezes in 1 hour.
Okay. All right. So Jason, it looks like lightning bolt just goes off. It's not a ranged attack, so it just has where it says cast next to it. So you would click on cast to spend the spell slot, and then where it says 8d6, you would just click that to get the damage. So your spell automatically goes off. You don't have to roll a spell attack against it. So all you need to do is roll the damage dice for me. All right. So, and you said it does let you freeze it, Torf?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'll say you can cast Shape Water, freeze the water, and then you can attempt to like chuck it at the creature. Go ahead and if you have on your character sheet, there should be something that says unarmed strike. Just go ahead and use that for your projectile attack of this ice block against this creature.
So 4 times 9 is 36. Because it's 96.
Wait, you said 996, like 96 damage?
No, 96. Roll 4.
Oh no, so there should be a way to do it all at one time. Let me see if it'll let me make it go off real quick. If you click on the 8d6 thing, it should just cast it.
But my spell says 96.
Well, that's because the extra level for being 4th. So this is rolling 8. and then I'll just roll another d6 because each of
Yeah.
those is added up as a separate number. You don't copy it.
Yeah.
So Torf, with your, I'm waiting for the dice to roll and load here. You do 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you chuck this block of ice. Where are you trying to hit the Froghemoth?
Its eyes.
All right, so if you open the chat log at the very bottom, you should see 2 dice next to each other that says D100. It's the 4th set of dice over. Yeah, you rolled the D. All right, so Marvin, you did 37 points of damage with that spell. And roll that percentile dice. It says D100 for me, Torf.
I just did. I got 73.
All right, so you're able to hit the eye, and as you hum this frozen block of ice at this Froghemoth, you notice that sticking out of the top of its head are 3 eye stalk protrusions that look independent of one another in different directions. So you don't hit all 3 of the eyes, but you do manage to hit one. So let me go ahead and do the damage to this creature here real quick. So we're going to do minus 36. And then we're going to do your minus 5. All right. So let me just check back in. Marvin, was there anything else you wanted to do with your turn to finish up? I know we were trying to fit Torf in while we were dealing with some technical glitches on your spell attack.
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't.
It's okay. Do you have a bonus action or anything you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast. Oh, it doesn't. Who's damaged?
Right now, no one's been harmed other than. Actually, no, Torf has been harmed quite a bit. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on him.
All right.
But
So go ahead and roll your healing for that to tell Torf how many points to heal for. And
yeah,
is that going to finish out your turn?
Yeah, it finishes out my turn. It's 1d4 plus 5.
So you get 8 points of health back, Torf. So you can update your character sheet with the addition of 8 points back to heal you. And
Awesome.
Torf, going back to you, you did your ice block attack. Is there anything you want to do with a bonus action, a move, or anything of that nature?
So the spell was my action?
Yeah, so casting a spell is your action, and then you would have your bonus action. And you can still technically move, but if you move outside of the Froghemoth's threat space, he will get an attack of opportunity as you leave him.
Oh, I thought I was still being held by the tendril.
Yeah, you're grappled. Oh, so yeah, you can technically make a strength check to see if you free yourself from the grapple. So let's go ahead and do that regardless of what else you do with your turn. So roll a strength saving throw. Or strength check, excuse me, not a saving throw. Yep, 21.
Nice.
So you writhe and wriggle your human body. You're a smaller form than the creatures that this Froghemoth is usually used to wrapping its huge tentacles around. And just by nature of how large and wide the tentacles are in circumference, even at its fully ensnared wrap around you, there's enough of a gap that when you get real small, like pencil style, and put your arms up, you're able to slip down through the tentacles and you land on your feet 5 feet below the tentacle that's outstretched as it hovers over you in a donut-like shape. And you look up at this 30-foot beast hulking over you with 4 tentacle arms, a barbed sticky tongue, and 3 angry yellow eyes. So you freed yourself from the grapple. You cast your spell to chuck the ice block. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I would like. Okay, so I can't do another action like attack, but can I go ahead and use Crimson Right on my sickle so when I attack, it's already there?
Yeah, so I would say just for this sake of this turn, like you're able to apply that to your weapon.
Alright.
without like, I don't know if it's action, bonus action, but I'll just say you can use it as a bonus action because I liked your thinking. So you want to describe what that does to the players, or if the ones that are nearby you, would they see what you do to your weapon?
All right, so Crimson Right is part of my dual class, being a blood hunter. So I can take 1d4 extra damage, and it basically makes it to where as long as I'm holding my weapon, it imbues it with it basically does extra damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the expense of some of your HP through the blood.
But I did get kind of healed, so like.
Yeah, it was a good trade.
Yeah.
Basically, you got 4 points back from using that and pumped your weapon a little bit. All right, so that's going to take us to Arkin. What would you like to do? You can roll your opposing strength check to free yourself from the grapple.
I thought you said it like de-stuck me afterwards.
Oh, that's right, because it was a tongue against you. It did the tentacles against Torf and Marvin. So yeah, you're standing right in front of this hulking beast. What would you like to do?
Well, as my paladin equivalent, the Lancer has a rights that they took.
Yep.
The kind of like oaths for paladin, and as somebody who took the right of the Valkyrie, I'm going to raise my hand in the air, and it's going to start glowing with the light of my goddess. I'm going to stub my thumb in the middle of my palm and drag it down my arm, and I say out loud, "By her light," and I'm going to shoot out my Valkyrie wings, which just gives me flight for 1 minute.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot up in the air, and that's my action.
So as you would go to fly straight up, it will take an attack of opportunity at you.
I'm not leaving its field. I'm staying engaged with it. I'm just going straight up.
Like up to like eye level with this thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, gotcha. So you're still in its threat space.
Yeah, it's called Wings of Valhalla.
Yeah.
Flight for 1 minute.
Yeah, you're fine.
And then I guess all I can really do is Torth still within range of me? He hasn't moved, right?
Yeah, he's still right up at the sarcophagus, about 15 feet away up the stairs.
So then the only thing I can really do is called I just passed a Valkyric Repose, which is where if I am beside an ally who has just recently taken damage, I can administer one minor healing effect. So I'll just do lay on hands and give Torth back. I don't know how bad he is, and he didn't tell me, so I'll just say 5 hit points just to give him something.
All right, so Torf, you can heal yourself for 5 as this magic imbues into your body off of Arkin, and you see some of his life force feed into you, channeled down from his goddess through the weapon.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so
my wings are my action, and then the Valkyric Repose, I can do that healing as a bonus.
Gotcha. So the Froghemoth is actually going to use a layer action, and with its layer action, it's going to move with a giant leap. It jumps over top of you all. It's like 10 feet above your heads. It clears the gap and lands right next to the podium. You guys can take attacks of opportunity against it, all 3 of you.
Oh yeah, because it moved away from you all.
Yep.
I mean, I can hit it with my stick, but
I meant to say legendary action, not layer action. So legendary action. So you're going to take just a melee attack at it?
Yeah, I sure use one.
Alright, so I'm...
Yeah, go ahead and just roll the attacks in the chat. We don't need to flavor it up because I want to get to Khaled's turn. So make your attack checks. I'll let you know if it hits, and then make your damage checks after that. So Khaled, top of the round, This froghemoth has jumped across a huge span, leaping at 10 to 15 feet over your allies' heads, and now stands next to you. Or now stands next to the altar and this woman suspended on its table. It glares down at you and it slurps its frog-like tongue around, snapping like a whip as it flips and cracks back, and then it opens its frog-like mouth.
Zero damage.
If we're making attacks of opportunity, as a quick question,
Uh-huh.
is it just a basic attack, or can I include an ability?
No, it has to be just a regular melee attack.
Yeah, I
Okay,
asked that because I would have been much better shooting a flame out or something.
Nah, you've already used a spell during your turn. An attack
Yeah, I
of
know.
opportunity would be either a reaction spell, which
No, I know.
you have other than shield, or a basic melee weapon attack. The only one.
this is something that adds damage to my basic melee while flying.
No,
It's not a spell; it's just an ability.
no, just a basic
Okay.
attack for this one. Torf and let's see who actually attacked. Torf was the only one to hit. So go ahead and roll damage with your sickle, Torf.
Oh,
Add that
I-
extra d4.
yeah, I just did, and it was
I see the
7
6,
and 6. Yeah.
7 and 6 from your
Yeah.
buff. Okay, so you do the 13 points of damage to this creature. So as it jumps above you, you take your sickle and you literally like cleave into its webbed foot. This thick, meaty, padded webbed foot that looks like an elephant foot, but with frog-like toe appendages and webbing in between. All right, so Khalid, you're standing up the top. This being in front of you, saliva dripping from its teeth, its tongue thrashing about. What would you like to do?
Here's my important question: is it 10 feet away from me, or is it directly in front of me? Very important question.
I'm going to say it's 10 feet away.
Sweet.
I can't put this thing in the middle by nature of the snapping on the map. So like technically, like you stand here and the froghemoth would stand adjacent to this. So there's like a 10 between you and it.
So I'm going to take a charge action.
Okay, go
which
for it.
is if I move at least 10 straight line immediately before taking this action,
Mm-hmm.
you a +5 bonus to the attack damage roll.
Go for it. Make your charge attack.
I'm charging it, and I'm
Nice.
going to. Oh, son of a bitch! Wait. Yes, I did say I raged earlier on, didn't I?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm enraged. So basically, this turn I have. What was the bonus that you gave me by?
Well, you got to pick one of the buffs.
I picked the strength one.
Okay. You get the advantage on strength checks.
Cool. So I'm going to attack with my great axe.
Did you already do your charge attack?
The charge is a bonus action.
Okay, but does it damage?
It applies +5 damage to my attack.
Okay, if you hit with these.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead and make your weapon attack. I'm sorry. I'm just learning about this charge ability that Tortoise has. It's pretty cool.
I just learned about it for the first time right now, and I'm like, I like this thing.
Sweet.
It's not a total ability, it's a feat that I got. Yay! So 25 hits.
Hell yeah, man. Definitely super hits. So you rush up the stairs, these 10 feet gap between the froghemoth, fearlessly past its tongue and its flailing tentacle-like arms with your great axe overhead as you its body fully enraged. Roll your damage for me. Oh, 13. Nice.
No. It's more than 13.
Okay, so 13
20.
off the basic axe damage, and then what else?
Plus
How did
2 for my rage,
Uh-huh.
and 5 for the charge.
So a total of 20 damage. Correct?
Yep.
Awesome.
Correct.
Man, you sink your axe down into this squishy amphibian flesh, cleaves into the inner thigh of this giant hulking frog that's you at least 4 times your height.
And I get to do a second attack.
Go for it. You're raging, bro.
Not raging. It's just it's the ability of like now I can do 2 attacks. I'm at level something or other. 15, so 17 damage. No, there's a 15 hit.
I don't know. Let me double check off the top of my head. It doesn't. You said a 17 to hit, or
Oh,
yeah, 15 to hit hits. Sorry,
cool. 15 hits.
barely.
Plus, last time I only do 9 damage.
Okay. All right. So your turtle friend shows off exactly what he's island to do. With a spin and a swirl, he brings the second axe attack and cleaves into the opposing leg like a tree, landing into its flesh. This attack doesn't go in because it lacks the same momentum from the charge. So while it does cleave into the meat and dig in about 2 inches, the axe pushes itself back by sheer stretchiness and rubberiness of the solid muscular form of this myth. And is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn, Khaled? Before we...
No. I've done my bonus actions and I've done my 2 attack actions, and I'm going to be like, that's done, boy.
So you hear your friend excitedly cry out as he's facing this beast. Excitement to be in the stresses of combat. Go ahead.
Completely not really. This earlier on.
Yeah.
So, Troth, when you were saying that the person, your uncle, I think, was putting the kids to putting them to bed or something like that, you're like not in the killing them kind of way, and I had to laugh. I think because I was like I had to go pray. So I was in the middle of prayer and I heard that, and I'm like,
There he is, dude. So now it is going to be the Froghemoth's turn. So the Froghemoth is going.
Is it nighttime now?
In the game, is it nighttime?
Yes.
Yeah. Enough time would have passed that it would be the evening hours. Or the evening at the least.
Okay. So my perception, my dark vision are active.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Froghemoth is going to make by attack after being hit with the Great Axe by Portal, sort of like Rancor style from Star Wars. It cries out in rage. And it's going to take its 2 tentacle attacks. The first one aimed at Portal Friend. And I got to go over here to look at it. Sorry, slow. 19. Does that hit with your AC buff?
that does hit my AC.
All right, so I need you to roll me a strength saving throw.
Advantage on strength saving throws because of the yes, right?
Yeah. Because
Strength
that's what you pick. So you get to roll twice.
23.
I don't think you're going to do better than that.
Yeah, you pass. So this slaps into your shell form, but as you retract your limbs inward, the slicks of your shell doesn't give it much to grab onto.
Lock the front door.
And the tentacle snaps across your shell like a whip as it slides by without being able to loop around on itself. It is still going to do the damage based on making successful connection for the attack, as it does 21 points of bludgeoning damage to you. And because you're raging, that's half, so you round down, so it'd be 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
With its second attempt, it is going to lunge another tentacle forward, and this one is going to attempt to connect with Arkan again. And so
Arkan is still flying. He's still flying, right?
yes.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
he's going to try to pull this mofo out of the sky. All right, so swing, batta, swing. 26, I know.
Ouch.
And then it's going to make its damage attack roll against you.
Yeah.
All right, so it does 14 points of bludgeoning damage as the tentacle wraps around your form and begins to drag you down to the ground. You are now grappled.
Okay.
its tongue, it's going to jut the tongue out, and this time the tongue is going to attempt to connect forth. And it auto hits because that's the way the tongue works. But you get to roll. You do get to roll the save against it. So give me 1 second here. Make a strength saving throw for me.
You're fine. I was actually gonna ask if I could forego the strength save and instead take the vial of acid from my bag and like slam it down on the tentacle as it grabs me.
So that would be considered like a full like object interaction.
Alright.
So that would technically action during your turn. Now, if you had the vial of acid in hand as a readied action, and like you said, oh, if it attacks me, I'm going to throw acid at it, then the held action would be triggered by the tongue attempting to attack you. So unfortunately, just by the way that the game works to make it fair for players and monsters, everybody has to do certain things based on those orders. I love the flavor of that, and I will say that like as the tongue moves forward, because you did fail the save, it does bring you into the 5 space in front of it. I would save that idea for turn because the acid vial is pretty sweet. I think that's cool. Because it connected with the tongue, it is going to make a bite attack against you. And I'm trying not to pick on, so I do apologize. None of this is personal as far as who it hits and what hits. So it pulls you in with its sticky barbed tongue, and it draws you up to its body, and it close enough, it leans down forward in one big snapping motion. It's 22 points of piercing damage, and you are now pulled in the frog's gullet.
Alright.
I made.
Okay. Is it my turn?
So basically, the way this is, the frog can hold up to 2 creatures in its gullet at a time. And if the frog takes 20 points or more of damage from a creature inside of its body in a single turn, then the frog will have to succeed on a saving throw of Constitution. And at the end of that, if it failed to save, then it has to vomit creatures that are inside of it, and they fall prone at its feet. Otherwise, the longer you stay in the actual belly, the more it can continue to do damage to you. So right now, it's going to be Marvin's turn as the frog ends its turn.
Okay.
And I'm going to move your token into the top creature so we know you're in there.
Does my passive perception tell me anything more about the frog?
So not really anything more than what you've already gotten.
Okay. Is anybody about to die?
Torf, probably. Torf is probably. Jeez.
That tongue did me in.
Holy cow.
Wait, how much?
No, is anybody about to die? Like, do I need to heal someone?
I mean, Torf, definitely.
Yeah, I'm at 8 out of 44 hit points.
How many?
8 out of 44.
I can heal with my bonus action.
So you're doing healing word again?
What? Yeah.
Are you doing healing word again? Okay.
Yeah, I would do it at the 3rd level, so it'll do more.
That's awesome. So go ahead and use your regulars.
I'm going to cast lightning bolt. But it's going to be 3rd level instead of 4th level because I'm out of 4th level spells.
Awesome. Go for it.
So it's 8d6.
Brutal. All right. This lightning bolt casts forth from your hands and crackles forth. The energy, electrical current crackles off of your fingertips, connects with the frog, and stays there like a wire. So it's like the two pieces of charge meet in the middle. by the way the static arcs across from the frog to your spell as you zap 29 points of electrical damage.
And is it almost dead?
Is it bloodied?
No. Close-ish, but no.
Okay. And then I heal.
Torf.
Yeah, whatever 3d4 plus 5 ends up being. So
Gotcha.
14.
So you get 14 points of healing back, Torf. All right, so that's going to take us to your turn, Torf. You are of the Froghemoth. You have the vial of acid, and you have your full turn react. Currently, in the belly, you're considered restrained. So, like, you act with your hands, you can use spells, but there is limited move.
Is there anything else I see with my of intuition for like investigation and stuff? Like inside?
I mean, with its mouth closed, because it would occasionally open its mouth to just like flick and flail the tongue. When its mouth closes, it's pitch black. When it opens its mouth and you see the tongue flick around, only specks of light will trickle past down the throat, and even that is sort of just a pinkish colored beam as the room would kind of push its way through the thin parts of skin around the frog's. But for the most part, on the inside of the frog, it's just the acid from its stomach and the green slimy interior of the pink fleshy muscle tissue.
All right, then I'm going to grab my acid from my bag and against the back of the frog's throat, and
Okay.
it's shadow packed, and it takes 260 acid damage.
So go ahead and roll your 2d6.
All right.
And I'm actually going to have you double that just because you're inside the frog. And this acid, being one of your spell component vials, is a 4 inside of the frog. And the acid in this vial is stronger and more potent than the digestive acids in its stomach. So go ahead and those dice for me. If you don't have it on your character sheet, down at the bottom, you have those black dice, and you can kind of make a custom roll real quick if you have to. All right, excellent.
15.
Nice. 15 points of acid damage. And then I'm also going to have you a d8 for just the act of the shards of glass as you slam your hand forward and basically sacrificing your own hand and its well-being to push these vial. The shards of glass would hit its belly and the inside of its throat, tearing into shreds. So go ahead and roll some damage for the glass. An additional 3 points. So I'm going to say that's your action. So you've done 18 points of damage. It takes 20 to get it. As your bonus action, would you like to do anything else to attempt to free yourself from the end of the Froghemoth?
Yes, 1 second. All right, so I can actually use Crimson Right as a bonus action.
Excellent. Good job looking at your character sheet, too. So go ahead and pump that blood damage in there, Blood Hunter.
All right. Gotta roll a d4.
That's a good job for a new player, too. Excellent work.
First time playing? This is your first time playing?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you've been doing great, for real, even with your interactions with the other players and stuff, too. So you should definitely give yourself a pat on the back. It's been awesome to have you. Actually, all of you guys have been great interacting with one another. All right, so you slam this vial of acid forward, the blood from your own hand mixing in with the creature. You infuse the magic of the Blood Hunter ability into the acid and the bludgeoning attack of the shards of glass. With that push and the 20 damage, it is going to have to roll its DC, which is really hard to beat. All right, so it fails the save. Let me just double check. It rolled on die. I got to look at its Constitution saving throw. There's a +5, so it would be a 19, but the 20. So like you should be super proud because you just basically barely made it out of Froghemoth. So the Froghemoth failing its save is doubles over in pain, being felled in the legs like a woodsman as the barbarian cleaved at it and hit with these spells and other attacks. And now the acid in its own throat, it begins to vomit forth, and you just hear the noises of gurgling. Like Jabba the Hutt with the chain wrapped around its throat. The Froghemoth Torf out onto the ground. Now, Torf, you are technically prone, so you're laying, and you are 10 feet in front of the Froghemoth. So you still have your movement now. You can technically get up and run, and because you're 10 feet away, you won't take an attack of opportunity, but you only have half your movement when you. So standing up takes 15 feet, and then moving away to here would be another 15, and you'd be out of its range, essentially, mostly. Does that sound good?
Is there anything else I could do? Like another form of attack?
Well, you've used your action to do the acid vial and your bonus action with your blooded ability. So
Alright,
that would pretty much end your turn there. And then the movement to get away. You can always speak. Speaking is a free action. So if you want to coordinate with your party members or add flair or shout out in combat as though you're in a real, situation, those things don't count against your turn.
Does passing weapons between party members count as an action?
So in a real game with really strict DMs, like taking a weapon out and putting a weapon away is a bonus action. I don't really care because I think that's stupid. So if you want to pass a weapon to someone, I have no problem with that.
Alright, because I was reading my Crimson Right, and it lasts while I hold a weapon or until I complete a short long rest. So I was thinking I could trade a weapon with someone nearby that has more hit damage, and I could imbue that with Crimson Right and attack them my next turn.
You certainly
That way it
could.
takes more damage.
So like you could shout to someone and say like, this sickle's not enough. I need something with more punch. And you kind of shout out to your party members to see if someone can throw you a weapon.
I can be like, yeah, I got you. And I have 2 hand axes that I can toss.
All right. So I'll just say as a free action, Khaled's able to throw a couple hand axes at your feet or one hand axe, whatever he's willing to let go. And you pick up this axe and retrieve it. So on your character sheet, you can go into equipment and you can actually search hand axe and add a hand axe to your character sheet as a weapon.
I have 2, and I just literally just gave her the 2 because I have javelins, I have a great club, I have other things to use.
Yeah, so you don't need these 2 axes right now. So you can go ahead and you can add 2 hand axes to your character sheet. And you'll be able to use your Crimson Right on those in the next turn. Just be careful with your HP because that does go against your HP value. So now it is going to be Arkin's turn.
So just to try to deal as much damage as I can't really do this too many times.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to fly over, get right here.
Okay.
I'm going to use one of my bigger spells called Descending Strike. While having my wings out and during flight or jump, I can deal 2d10 damage. And while I'm using momentum,
well, did you free yourself from the grapple?
Would I have to if I'm approaching him? Like, I'm keeping the grapple on.
Well, he's literally got you wrapped around, so like the ability to fly.
And I'm approaching him.
Yeah, but your wings or your body would be pretty much wrapped up. I mean, I'll say he grabs you by the waist so you could fly at him, but you are still grappled. Yes,
Yeah. Okay. And so with the Descending Strike and with my all that other stuff, I can, if I'm successful with hitting them, I would do 3d10 damage.
Okay.
If I
go ahead and make your attack if you'd like.
All right. Well, let's hope I make it because that's that. And then +1, 15.
Does not hit.
15 does not hit.
No, the Froghemus armor class I think is a 16.
I
No,
thought
armor
somebody
class
hit on the
14. Armor
14.
class 14. So you do hit, yeah. 15 just barely hits. Sorry. My
Okay.
bad.
I was about to say, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, so the AC now that we've attacked it enough, the armor class of the Froghemoth is a flat 14.
So I get standard attack plus 2d10. So 9 plus 2d10. So 25 points of damage trying to follow my turtle friend in the big damage output.
All right.
But
So
unlike the turtle, I sacrifice my extra attack to do that big thing, to do one big hit. So that's all I got.
okay. So that ends your turn. And it takes it to the top of the round with your friend Khalid looking at the turtle standing at its feet, unflinching.
And here we go with the great axes.
All right, so you're going to go ahead and make your weapon attack enraged with your great axe.
Yes.
Okay.
To hit. Let us go. 16 hits.
Does. Roll some damage. Or you can do both attacks and then roll damage for both.
No.
It
15
doesn't
for the
matter.
first.
All right, 15 points of damage.
15 hit. And is there something else I can... Let me check something real quick. Charge. Rage. Spiritual shield. Oh, shit. Didn't realize I had that. Oh, damn it. Where the hell are they? Sorry, there are a couple of abilities that come with me. While raging, the first creature you hit on attack on your turn has disadvantage on any attack. From now on, this creature, if it hits anyone,
Did you
has
reckless
disadvantage.
attack? Did you
No,
reckless
this is Ancestral Protector. It's my thing.
Oh,
for
okay,
my
yeah.
my
You have
branches.
the Ancestral Guardians, yeah. Ancestral
Yeah, so
Guardians.
basically, it has disadvantage on any attack to anyone except for me.
Awesome.
Extra attack. Okay, cool. Spiritual shield. Rage another creature you can see. That's a 1 reaction. Okay, cool. While you are raging, another creature you see within 30 feet of you takes damage. You can reduce that damage by 2d6.
Awesome. So you're here to help out now.
Yes.
And did you make your second
I
attack?
haven't made my second attack just yet.
Okay.
Let's see if that's affected or not. That is a 12. 13, 14. 14.
All right. So monsters beat ties. Unfortunately, the second attack does not connect.
No. That's damage.
Sorry. I see it. 15. I looked at the wrong roll. All right. So you said it was 14?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you swing into it with both of your attacks with the great axe. The second one coming up this time across the belly as you kind of coup de grace style, like fling the axe up with the blade facing northward. As you hit this Froghemoth, it doubles over in pain. Parts of its entrails spill out. And with that, it is going to be its turn. It is going to use the layer action. And you're going to hear it roar. And as it roars, it shakes the temple walls around it. And with this thunderous roar effect, dust, debris, and sediment will rain down from the ancient walls and ceilings of this pyramid structure above it. And pebbles and rocks and bits of the ceiling start to break and crash into the water below, which is what some of this stuff is in the debris that you're walking on. And it creates basically a cloud. It is going to move away in that cloud, which prevents attacks of opportunity. It will use its full movement to take the leap, and it's going to end up in the water. And it submerges into the water down to the eye level, and it will make its 2 attacks. So the first attack is going to be at Marvin, and the second attack at Torf. So let me see if I can hit with those. All right. Tentacle 1, Tentacle 2.
Wait.
All right, a 17 and a 19. So the 17 for Torf, does that hit? I'm assuming it does. And then the 19 for Marvin.
The night, yeah, the armor buff wore off a long time ago. So yeah.
All right, so both tentacle attacks hit, and I need both of you to make strength checks or strength saving throws. Excuse me.
Why is it science is not worth?
I got a 7.
Okay. So you are grappled, and then did you make a strength save for me, Marvin?
Hold on. But it's 1d20 minus 1, so.
Okay. So both of you fail your save. Torf, you take 18 points of bludgeoning damage as a tentacle wraps around your body, around the waist, snapping tight and twirling in on itself. Marvin, you take 23 points of bludgeoning damage as this time a tentacle wraps around the top of your shoulder, around the other shoulder, and bends your neck and your arm into a pinched way as it snaps itself closed around itself. And both of you are now grappled. It is going to use a legendary action to take a dive.
Are you serious?
Yep. It's a monster, dude. It used a layer action. It gets 1 layer action per long rest. And then it's used 2 legendary actions. I get to use a legendary action after anybody's turn. So the legendary action is the giant leap or a dive. So it's going to take a dive, and it's going to go down 25 feet under the water. So it brings you two into the water with it. So you guys are grappled in the tentacles and have been pulled under the water. Now, as far as holding breath is concerned, you can hold your breath for a number of minutes based on your constitution modifier. So what does your plus on your constitution say?
+2.
So you can hold your breath for 2 minutes.
I can't hold my breath. It's a 0.
So you can technically, by default, if you have a 0, you can hold your breath. I think it's for like 30 or 40 seconds. So with that, it is going to be Marvin's turn. You've been pulled underwater. Now that it's your turn, you can attempt to free yourself from the grapple again by making a strength check instead of a saving throw. So roll me a strength check.
Do I have to? I'm going to fail it.
I mean, unless you want to drown.
I'm going to light this thing up. I'm done with it. Oh, wow. That's about the best I could have done.
All right. So you were able to break free from the grapple. You writhe out of the tentacles and you start to kick your feet and swim for the surface. And then you have the rest of your turn.
Okay, so I can do whatever.
Yeah, you have your regular economy left. You just made a check for me, so you can still action, bonus action, move.
Okay. Does anyone need healing? Like
I do. I'm at
Well,
1
you
point.
have to get out of
Holy
the water
shit.
first, so you need to use
Why?
your movement. Because you have to cast a spell that requires a verbal component, and you would literally lose the breath you're holding on to. You've been
Well,
pulled
I'm gonna do
25
it.
feet underwater.
Fine.
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to cast a spell and use your 2 minutes worth of breath, you were pulled 25 feet underwater.
Okay, but if I get out of the water, I can't cast a spell, right?
Yes, you can. That's just movement. You use
Okay.
25 feet of movement to get to the surface, which would put you right at the edge of the water here,
Okay.
and then 5 feet of movement to climb out. So you could make it to the edge and stand there.
Okay. I can't.
So you're going to cast Healing Word, or you're casting a different spell?
I am going to cast because I have to cast Healing Word. I can't cast Lightning Bolt. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Moonbeam on it.
Okay.
And that's done. It's 2d10,
All right, roll your damage.
and it has to make a. And then it's area of effect.
What is the
Right.
save it has to make?
16.
What save? What Constitution?
Con
Okay.
save.
Okay. So it got a 15, and what was the DC of the save?
16.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I did.
it fails the save. Go ahead and roll your damage. 11 damage.
I did. It's 11.
All right, so you bring this moonbeam down from the sky using your druidic powers as this light blares down into its orange frog eyes. Used to the nighttime, the light seemingly blinds it temporarily. So I will actually add the blinded condition, even though it's not a part of the spell. I just like the flavor. So he is now blinded and underwater still.
So and that moonbeam stays up for a whole minute as long as I maintain concentration.
Okay.
Now I have a question. Can I cast an instant spell and maintain concentration?
As long as that spell doesn't require concentration. What does it say as the spell tag?
It's a bonus action.
Yeah, if it doesn't say specifically concentration, then you can use the spell without breaking concentration on the other spell.
So I'm going to maintain concentration, maintain the moonbeam, and I'm going to cast Healing Word, and this is the last time I can do this. So after this, you're young.
Who are you giving it to?
Team. Sure.
All right, so you aim your spell down into the water, and you concentrate as you send a prayer of healing, and the energy illuminates Torf's body with a yellow radiant light as the rush of healing goes over his body. And with that, we're gonna end your turn because you've done a ton. So it is now Torf's turn. You are grappled in the tentacle and 25 feet underwater, and you have very little breath.
Tentacle, moonbeam getting healed.
Yep. So because it's now blinded, it takes disadvantage against certain saves. So go ahead and roll a strength check to see if you can get out of the grapple.
$13.
All right. Excellent. So you are able to break free from the grapple. Oh, actually, you get to roll it a second time because you roll with advantage because it's blinded. So roll a second time for me. All right, yeah. So we'll go with the 13. So you are similarly to Marvin. You're able to slither through the grip of this froghemoth as it's been blasted by the moonbeam. The blindedness and the confusion causes it to loosen its grip enough for you to swim free. I'm assuming you want to do the same thing. Swim to the surface, which is 25 feet, and then use 5 feet to make it onto the shore.
This might be stupid, but
you're fine.
I was actually thinking because I can cast Shape Water at any time. I was going to cast that from the water, like on, like I'm surrounded by, to like encase the axes that I have.
Okay.
And then try to go back in and attack it, and like cut off its eyes if that's possible.
So all right. So basically, you did not want to swim to the surface. You wanted to stay underwater.
Yeah, and then swim up like as like the end act or the end movement.
And so you wanted to bring the axes to you in like a shape water spell?
No, I just want to freeze the water around them, so it's like extra damage when I go to
Oh,
swing
okay.
for the eyes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so basically you pass your strength saving throw and you want to try to attack the eye stalks on this creature that is blinded. So go ahead and make your weapon attack. You can make 2 attacks, so 1 for each axe. And then I'll have you add a manual die for the ice on the axes. All right, so the first one hits, and then roll your second attack.
Oh, my second.
That's
Sorry,
okay. Damage is fine. We can go out of order. All right. So 5 points of damage for just the basic axe damage. The second one also hits. Go ahead and roll damage for that as well. All right, so another 5 points of damage on that one. So as you are freed from its grip, you hack at the eye stalks protruding from the head of the Froghemoth. And as you take the second axe to cleave down into the eye stalk to clip the last one free, you actually plant the axe firmly down into the skull. There's a soft spot where the eye stalks protrude out of the skull of the Froghemoth's head. And right below the eye stalks is the brain. So when you cut the Froghemoth's eye stalks off, you expose the soft tissue unprotected by the rigid structure of them coming out. And there's just an opening in the skull plate where there's a hole. And you take your axe, cleave down into it, and the Froghemoth's lifeless body goes limp and starts to float. So you see this Froghemoth float to the surface, and you swim back up. The Froghemoth has been slain. So you
And
all
that
are out of.
even with the ice damage.
Yeah, we don't even need the ice damage at that point.
I think she was just doing it for shits and giggles. Fuck you,
Yeah.
bitch! Free!
Right. So you've killed the Froghemoth, and you stand in this ancient jungle temple with the floating corpse of this gargantuan beast in the middle of the room. And the female suspended in perfect timeless sleep on top of this altar.
I'm going to walk towards the female, the princess, because I'm there.
Okay.
And
You never walk towards the creepy female.
Right.
I'm going to walk towards her and
Okay.
look at her. I'll take out my axe and poke her.
You just like kind of like nudging her to see if she'll wake up. All right. So you go to poke the princess, and you see her body just sort of move like you're trying to rouse somebody from like a really deep sleep, but there's no response on her body from autonomic reactions or like, the knee-jerk effect.
Now I'm going to slowly move my hand forwards and be like, touch.
So you go to reach and touch her body on the arm, and her skin feels warm to touch.
No.
But again, as you press into her skin, while it is pallid and the blood does return to it, like the capillary reflex, you go to push on her body and move her slightly and jostle her, and she's still not roused from slumber.
So I'm going to put the sword on my back, and I'm going to legitimately just pick her up.
All right, so you lift the woman from this platform, and you stand there at the top of the stairs with her in your arms. Is there anything anyone else would like to do seeing this happen? Oh, go ahead, Kyle.
I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
Can I
Hold on one second.
Can I try casting lesser restoration on him?
Yeah, give me just 1 second. He just wanted to say one thing to finish up. Go ahead, Colin.
And say, I have the woman. I turn around and everyone. Like, I have the woman.
The power. That's awesome. So you said you want to cast lesser restoration on her?
Yeah, so it removes one condition. It can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
All right, so you pick the condition.
I have to pick the condition.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna go with poison.
All right.
Wait, sorry, I just realized that. Before you do that, do you want me to roll for medicine?
On her? Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
can.
can roll. I
Yeah,
can do that
both
too.
of you roll a medicine check. Actually, let's just do that.
Yeah. That way, like, he doesn't waste that. Sorry, I just thought
Yeah,
about
because
it.
I have decent medicine.
By the way, Justin had to log off for whatever reason for just a minute, I guess. He said he wanted to use his healing ability to heal you, Torf, for I think he said 20 points.
Oh, wow.
So medicine checks, Marvin, and then I need your medicine check, Torf, and I'll let you know. Excuse me. All right, so both of you with your high level medicine check and your high rolls, you look at this woman in the arms of your friend, and you see that her flesh is pink and the blood moves and flows. Her hair is lively. The complexion in her face is lively. There's nothing physically wrong with this person from a medical standpoint. However, you do know that the lack of reaction to her body moving is some form of paralysis or sleep.
Okay, so I'm gonna restore her for paralyzation.
All right, so you use lesser restoration to remove the status effect of paralysis, and as
Yep,
the spell
I'm casting it. Yep.
as the spell falls upon her, her eyes open and she looks up at Khaled,
Oh
and
God, she's about to kill us.
and her mouth opens slowly as though it hadn't been opened in many years, and she looks at you and she says, "Help! Help me! Help me, Vanner!" So the princess cried out to you. The paralysis effect was removed, but she still has this crown on her head.
And be like, "Hi, I'm not Vanner, but I can find you one."
So she starts to look about and move her head as she's no longer paralyzed, but there's still something quite wrong with her.
All right, so I'm be like, "Hello there, princess. Your brother and some other people from your kingdom have sent us to you because of your necklace."
The crown on her head. So you say that aloud to the princess, and and it's when you said that Arkin responds. I'm trying to keep up with him in the chat because he had to log off. Arkin echoes that and says, "Yes, the crown. Would you like us to remove it?" And she looks at you with her eyes wide and sees you, Khaled, and there's
Can I
like a
do
panic in
it?
her eyes. Go ahead. You want to roll
Can I
history?
do an Arcana check
Yeah. Roll Arcana.
before we remove the curse thing?
All right, 21. So as you look upon her in closer inspection with your Arcana check, you realize that this crown has ancient forbidden writing inscribed upon it. The crown does not look like a crown a female would wear. It actually looks like the crown a king or a prince would wear. And
So
the inscription on the crown itself is written in Abyssal.
okay, no, it's not one of the 5 languages I speak. I speak Celestial, Common, Druidic, Elvish, and Infernal.
Yeah.
So can't read it.
Well, with Infernal, you would basically kind of look at it and you know that it's some sort of forbidden speech. You can't quite make out the words, but it does appear very similar to Infernal.
Yeah.
But you know that this is, in fact, the cursed magical item that they referred to.
Okay, so nobody touch this thing. 'Cause, you know.
So the princess hears you say, "Nobody touched this thing," and then she looks at you, Khaled, and she says, "Vanner can help me."
Cool. Who's Vanner and where do we find him?
Vanner, he's my love. He was here with me. Have you seen him?
I'm gonna be like, was he here in this very room with you?
Yes, yes.
Did he put you on this pedestal?
No. Yesterday we were exploring the jungle together and we found this place. I put on the crown, and the last thing I remember was seeing some strange, ghastly, demonic looking figure stand in front of me. Vanner
Wow.
reached forward to help me, and then that's all I remember. I think I fell asleep.
You did.
Can I do a perception check to see if we believe her?
You mean an insight check?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll that for me.
I'd like to do the same.
All right, roll
I have
insight.
+8 for both, so
Nice.
yeah. But it hit a 9, so it didn't really help.
She has a 12.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
despite your low rolls, I mean, you look at this young girl, and she's, like I said, she's about 17, 18, clearly a young princess. You look at her, and she basically, she comes across genuine and innocent. Arkin asks, Princess, do you know what year it is? And the princess responds back, and she shouts off the ear, "Oh, yes, why, it's DR 1481." And you all would know that in the current timeline in the Forgotten Realms, it's like DR 1489. So,
We've
You know-
been here for 8 years.
I was about to say, you have the right year, except for you're 8 years too late.
and she says to you, "I've been asleep for 8 years? Well, where is my love? Where is Vanner? He's supposed to be here with me."
I'm
After 8
humble.
years. What did you say? Well, go ahead, Andrew.
I was gonna say, I just kind of look her in the eyes and go, if he's been here for 8 years, he's probably dead. I'm a very
Yeah.
blunt person.
So when you say that, she protests and she starts to fuss. She says, No, this is not true. That's not true. Vanner could not be dead. And as she
Well,
starts
probably the giant frog.
when you say that out loud, when you say the giant frog, she looks past you and sees the lifeless corpse of this froghemoth floating belly up in the lake. And she begins to sob uncontrollably. And she rushes forward to the edge of the water. I don't have a token for her, and I'm not going to put one out. But this young princess jumps down and rushes forward to the end of the water, still wearing this black metal crown with the purple glowing gems, and still surrounded by its gray and purple aura, mind you. She's at the water's edge, reaching out as far as she can, almost longingly trying to grab at the froghemoth, and crying as her tears fall into the water below. And you just hear under light sobs, "Oh no, Vanner! Oh no! What have I done?"
You put on a crown.
Well, turtles have never really necessarily been known for their manners, and bluntness seems to be a good quality for them.
By the way, cool question. Not Jason. What's the other gentleman's name with the J?
Justin.
Justin, you have a turtle as well, right?
No, the other turtle was being played by by Andrew's godfather, uncle. Yeah,
Godfather.
sorry, and he
JJ.
he couldn't play tonight.
Okay.
Does anyone have a high persuasion?
No.
I have
I don't.
I have an intimidation. What is my intimidation? I have a decent intimidation.
Yeah, what do you guys want to try? At this point, you got this crying princess wearing a cursed
I
crown.
mean, at this point, I'm tempted to cast Entangle on her and just so that she doesn't attack us.
You can do that. So go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say I have an idea on how to get the crown off without touching it while she's distracted.
Okay.
Like if someone does have a high persuasion or like performance, they can roll that, and then I could use the action of not action, the shape water, and I can shape it into like a pair of gloves for me to put on, and take the crown off of her while she's distraught and like being distracted.
Does anyone? What is your sleight of hand? What is your sleight of hand in your stealth?
My sleight of hand is a +3.
That's pretty good.
and
Your
yeah, that
Mine
falls
plus-
under dexterity, which is
Yeah,
17.
well, no, it's basically what those are. The +3 is whatever you roll on the d20. You
Yeah.
add that
So
plus
+3 is pretty good. +3 is
Yeah.
a pretty decent modifier for
So-
sleight of hand.
So we can talk to her on the one side to distract her, and you can use stealth and sleight of hand to grab it off of her.
All right. So Arkin is pleading with her to calm down. I can see his rolls in the chat, and he's persuading her. He's persuading her to stay still for just a brief moment. Marvin, you're assisting as well as the two of you move forward to the edge of the embankment, and the two of you console this princess. Torf, you walk up behind the princess, and with the shape water spell, you put gloves of water basically coating your skin so that you're protecting your hands from the magical artifact. And you go to lift the crown off the princess's head. So when you lift the crown off the princess's head, all of a sudden, the sky above you opens up, and you hear as storm clouds roll in and lightning bolts crash. A lightning bolt strikes down into the middle of the water, electrocuting the corpse of the froghemoth. The spell has been broken. The froghemoth disappears, and in its place, a young man, his body floats lifelessly in the center of the pool. The young woman, the magical aura that surrounded her with the gray and purple smoke, dissipates. The purple gems on the crown dim and go dark, and the water hands basically, you set the crown down for a minute, and as the storm cracks off in the sky, you hear from above the temple opening, the 40-foot hole that's the ceiling of this giant pyramid. You hear a cackling sound. And a shadowy figure flies overhead. In front of you, floating above the water about 5 feet, so basically toes just above the corpse of the young boy floating in the water dead, stands a demon. This male demon figure has goat-like satyr legs, blackened skin, charred in certain spots, purple piercing eyes, and purple hair slicked up. Horns protrude from its head, and along its arms there are bony studs. Purple magical energy swirls around from this person's hand, and this creature leans forward and inhales. Welcome back. And he looks up in the sky and says, "Oh, Lady Sylvain." And this demon lord begins to ascend from the temple, floating effortlessly at a slow pace. And his arm reaches up, and he shouts out. He says, "You can't trick me this time, woman!" And then the cackle goes off. This female that cackled hovers above the hole on the top of the temple, and the broom beneath her disappears and magically collapses into her hand and then gets put back into a pouch. She stands at the top of the temple, and you look above and see the woman, Lady Sylvain, the old court wizard who was the trusted ally and friend of Prince Wakangu, the brother of this princess. But in just a moment, a flash of lightning cracks and her appearance changes. Before you stands the great witch Tasha, daughter of the legendary Archfey, queen of all witches herself, Baba Yaga. She looks at this demon lord ascending through the center hole of the temple and says, "Good morning, Gratz. I've missed you. give us a kiss. And she touches her cheek. As you see this magical energy emanate from her fingertip, and Gratz is drawn against his will to the face of Tasha as he plants an unrequited kiss against her face. She looks down in the hole at you all and says, very good. It only took about 50 of you to accomplish this. You've
Like,
returned my love.
correction,
As
there are
she
4 of us.
motions to Gratz. And then, hold on one second. She motions to, she says to you all have returned me my love. As she motions to Gratz and puts an arm around him. And then she descends a hand down into the pit below, pointing at the corpse of the young boy and the sobbing, uncontrollably sobbing princess mourning her love. And she says, unfortunately, all's fair in love and war. And she snaps her fingers, disappears, and the crown disappears with her. And Gratz and her are gone. But before that happens, Khaled, I will let you say some things to her. I was just trying to get her lines out.
I was just going to say, when she says that, I'm like, correction, there's 4 of us.
Oh, gotcha. So hopefully you guys had a good time. Game is over. And you all had the number 2 ending of possible 4. So the way that you could have resolved this in a different manner is, had you found a way to speak with the Grung or pressed for more information from the prince or the townsfolk or even the witch, the wizard, court wizard, you could have uncovered a little bit more information. Some additional investigation or looking around in the bridge area would have revealed some more about the Grung, and potentially tracking them to talk with them or approaching them in a different way on the beach. They may have revealed information to you about worshiping this froghemoth that guards this princess as his captive, which would have given you information about that. Now, if you had managed to find a way to make the frog kiss the princess or the princess kiss the frog, the curse would have been reversed on both of them, and the 2 of them would have been freed from this magical defilement. Because you killed the frog is dead, and the prince died with it. Because you removed the crown from her, she's healed. But the problem with removing the crown in such a way is it released the demon lord Gratz.
I have a question though, because I have gentle repose as one of my spells. If I don't think I have all the necessary materials. I have to check real quick.
We can just play it as though you do. What is the gentle repose?
I do. Basically, I can touch a corpse, and for the duration, which is 10 days, I can basically preserve the body, and it doesn't count against time limits for like raising the dead.
Okay.
Would there be a way of like doing that and like taking the body back to the port city and like getting a necromancer to revive him?
So that's actually perfect. You could, in fact, do something to that effect. So you would cast this gentle repose using some of the native abilities of being a wizard and a blood hunter, and sacrificing some of your own life force through the blood in your own wounds. You would imbue the prince's body with just enough magical life force to hold him in a suspended, almost somewhat mummified state, long enough to preserve his body. And you all, as adventurers, could decide what to do from here. Make your way back to Port Nyanzaru, where you would be welcomed by Prince Wakanga and overly appreciated with gold and rewards and other jewels and prowess and renown for saving the princess. When the prince would regard the corpse of the young boy, his demeanor would change, and he would look at his sister and say, I never knew you loved Vanner. And the princess responds back, and she said, we kept it a secret because, well, our family and and his family, well, you know there's bad blood between Choltians. And she says, But leave me alone to mourn my loved brother. And he puts a firm hand on her shoulder and says, Sister, your happiness and safety is all I care. If it is Vanner you want, then Vanner you shall have. And he snaps his hands, and you see him shuffle back into the crowd, followed by advisors as he shouts about, barking orders like a powerful royal, looking for anyone that can sum up to his presence with the ability to begin investigating a way to restore life to this boy. But it is now 12:30, guys. I'm going to try to wrap it up.
See, if I had my powers, then I could have persuaded all of the MPs to talk to me. Because Paladin operates on charisma.
Yeah, so you would have had a little bit more flavor.
But the Druid has no charisma. I mean, the Druid's awesome, but no charisma.
So what did you know? I kept you a lot later than we probably expected. This is a longer game than I've usually run too, and I do apologize for that. But thank you guys for your patience.
Besides blowing all my spell slots, I really enjoyed playing it.
Yeah, man, you did a great job, man. And I will say, Torf, you did an incredible job as a first-time player. I appreciate your storytelling flavor, your creative problem solving, and your willingness to work with other players without stepping on toes. A lot of times new players get super eager and it's hard to kind of like fit them in. And it's the same thing with seasoned players that play a lot. Sometimes they can overdwarf a new player that hasn't played before. But any feedback before we wrap it? I know it's super late, so I don't hold you guys too long. We can chat and interact tomorrow in the Discord.
No, it was
it was a lot of fun though. Well, and I liked how you connected it back to Baba Yaga.
Yeah, and the Princess and the Frog.
Yeah, that was super fun. Thank you so much for having me, guys. And I'm sorry about using all your spell slots.
I mean, like, I respect this Druid like 4 times then to get it well learn it so that I could heal.
I play another Druid where I have spec completely into turning into other animals. So it's interesting to see the different, like, actual, like, the most way people play it. I'm like, nope, animal form, kill shit.
Right? So,
I mean, I've played Druid in other games where I play animal form, but I don't know. I wanted to be able to put cat.
Yeah, no, this is like I've always been wanting to play my tanks further along, but I never happened to get that far. It's always like only play a few levels and the campaign drops off, and I'm like, I want to play this guy. I want to see what he does.
Well, here's the deal. I'm running a homebrew mashup of Candlekeep meets my version of a Baba Yaga Witches campaign that is going to eventually feed into the old AD&D second edition adventure, Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut. So at some point, I may tap you on the shoulder again and call your character forth to interact with this rotating cast of crew as we all make our way through these witch adventures.
Are you gonna run the Dancing Hut again?
Well, I haven't even gotten to that actual module yet. The witch game that you originally played in.
No, the one you ran before that.
Yeah, that'll come up once you guys make it through Candlekeep.
Yeah.
So hopefully on Thursday you guys will make it through the mansion. But
I really hope we get a damn play.
Yeah. Well, Abdul Hadi, I really appreciate you tuning in for Game Man. It was a pleasure to have you at the table.
Oh, thank you for having me. Like, I always look forward to playing D&D when I can.
Yeah, man, and don't be a stranger. Stick around and chat with people. You're always welcome in our Discord, and we're always looking for new eager players and new DMs too. There's 5 days of the week, and we're always looking for DMs to fill a slot and run a game too. So
I have never run one, but I would not mind trying. If someone would walk with me, I'd love to try it.
Yeah, man. Me or Tommy could definitely help you out with that. So if you want to, his name is Valen in the chat, or Thomas. And I think there's a bunch of people probably in the live stream that are in our group that could help you out if you wanted to run your first game. Anybody else got anything else to wrap up for me? It's 12:30. I don't want to keep any much too longer, and I got my little one
Really,
here.
really quickly, since I have my children sleeping too, I just want to say it was fun, everybody. I really enjoyed playing with everybody. I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts on my homebrew class that I played, the Lancer, which is more of a defensive-based paladin.
It was fun. It was cool.
Yeah, I really liked your character. It was really cool.
I really
Yeah, Justin, I
enjoyed
will say it played really well. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I just said I really enjoyed it. Like I thought it was a nice character, had good dynamics.
Yeah, I think you guys had a good synergy as a party, especially for basically no one at this table having played together with anyone else before in this group. So you guys should really feel proud of that, because new D&D groups and new players often are, you started out a little bit shy, which I get it. But hopefully going forward, now that you guys have a little bit more chemistry at the table and have played with one another, if we run another adventure together again, your characters will share this experience and have more to work with.
Oh, yes.
But,
Us Buffalo equals bowling ball.
yeah, dude, that toss across the bridge was brilliant, and the acid vial. There were a lot of really cool highlights. And just as an announcement, this is up on Twitch as a live stream, so I will post the link, and everyone can kind of go back and watch it. And we do a highlight reel that we post on our Twitch and our YouTube channel as well. We definitely appreciate the plugs and socials. So if you have friends or family that you think would enjoy good storytelling, or have never heard of Dungeons and Dragons before and really don't know what it's all about, send them to watch us. And if you have nerdy friends that do like D&D but don't have a group to land with, like our friend Abdul Hadi here, who needed a game, we're always willing to work with people to get people in, so we can give everyone the experience of a great adventure.
Just so you know, my friend was sitting next to me here for the whole campaign, and she was
Nice.
playing for like the bulk of it, and she had to go to bed eventually at a certain point. But she's like, "I'm enjoying this, but I need to go to bed. Fill me in the end of the story tomorrow." I was like,
Nice. Well, you can tell her she could check out the Twitch too, because we'll have that
Yeah.
up.
yeah,
man.
like while she was sitting next to me for views, she had the Twitch up. She had it silenced, but she had it up, and she was just listening to us live here.
Dude, that's so awesome, man. I really appreciate it. Well, hey, you know what? Everyone is welcome back. It was such a great game. And to our first time player, Torf was a great character, and you did such an awesome job.
Agreed.
I really appreciate you coming out of your shell and rolling with the punches and playing a great game. And I'm going to have to give JJ some crap at work, but I know that kids come first.
Thank you. I will say that the next campaign I plan on doing, he was the only character that I've done somewhat seriously. Most of my characters are just really ridiculous backstories, so they're going to be more humorous in the future.
Yeah, no, and there's definitely a place for that. My Thursday game's pretty goofy, and Jason can tell you it's very insane. And the Baba Yaga game, Baba Yaga she's a fairy that lives in an insane place called the Feywild. And so in the Feywild, it's basically like Alice in Wonderland. Anything and everything's possible, and it's totally upside down and wacky. So when we get to a game like that, a character build that has a zany backstory is just absolutely perfect for those types of games.
And I might actually respect my druid to be safe.
Yeah, that was a good build, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
The only thing I would say for your character, Torf, is just in the future when you build your wizard, make sure you kind of spread your spells, pretty evenly between damage and defense. But wizards are a really tough class to play for a first-time player. So you did a good job.
I never knew how powerful lightning bolt was.
Yeah, it's a sweet spell, dude. All right, y'all. Well, this has been Old Dominion Heroes, your motley band of Richmond tabletop adventurers, and we are signing off for the evening. Thank you, Facebook family. Thank you, Twitch friends and family. Thank you, YouTube friends and family. And as always, keep adventuring, keep imagining, and